let's go to the day of the incident. I'm going to give you a copy of your transcript. That's not good. Thank you. May I approach Judge D200G? I'm going to give you a copy of your transcript because I'm going to try to save some steps.
Sure.
On the day of the shooting, do you recall Michael Barisone arriving?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you had no idea why he was coming down to the farmhouse?
Correct. That is my testimony.
How was he driving?
He was driving down a driveway, kind of the way he always drives, like a little crooked, all over the place-ish.
Did you describe his driving to the prosecutor as like a crazy person?
Kind of the way he always drives, so probably did say that.
Can you please look at your transcript, page 5,
Sure.
lines 6 and 7, and tell me whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to whether you told the prosecutor.
I think she just did that, Mr. Belenkas. She just acknowledged that.
Not definitively, Judge.
Yes, she did.
All right, I'll move on. Now, how did he park?
Meaning like what position or in what type?
What were your observations of him parking?
I don't recall exactly because I wasn't paying attention to all that. I saw him pull in the driveway, and then I went to go upstairs to get my boyfriend. So I'm not sure if I actually witnessed him parking or not. I actually don't think I did. I really don't remember. I definitely just remember him driving into the driveway.
Mr. Belenkas, we need to take a break for a minute. We're having some well, we're not taking a morning break. Don't get ahead of ourselves here. We're just having an issue with the recording equipment. recorded, and there was just a very small break where there was an issue with it, but it's been resolved now. So go ahead, Mr. Belenkus.
Ms. Kanarek,
Yes.
when you saw Michael Barisone driving his truck down the driveway and pulling into the parking area in the back of the house, were you concerned?
Yes.
Did you think something was wrong?
Yes.
What did you think was wrong?
I didn't know, but I knew something was wrong since it had not been a good week. Tensions were high, and now all of a sudden, he's driven all the way to our apartment for some unknown reason. I'm out there by myself on the porch. I did not feel comfortable or safe, to the point that I had to run upstairs and make sure my boyfriend would come down with me, just for safety reasons.
Yeah. Did you think that something was wrong because of all the things you and your boyfriend were doing to him?
It could have added to it.
Okay, and based on what you knew about what you were doing, you were concerned, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? It was
I'll
a little
withdraw the
confusing.
When you see Michael Barisone come
Yes.
in, he parks his vehicle. You were outside, correct?
I was outside when he drove in the driveway.
Correct.
Right.
And at that point, you go inside to get your boyfriend, Rob, correct?
Correct, yes.
And when you found Rob, he was on the telephone, correct, with your attorney.
Correct.
Now, do you know when Rob called your civil attorney?
No, I do not.
What did you say to Rob?
I said, Rob, Michael's outside. I have no idea why he's here, but he's here, and I don't know why. We hadn't been speaking for days. They wouldn't answer our texts, even about a fire hazard, and he's now in our driveway. Temper problem that we've seen over the course of the time we were there. So that's what happened.
Okay, so you stay inside, and Rob goes outside to talk to Michael Barisone, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, what happened?
I went to get Rob. He came outside to the porch. We were both on the porch for a moment. Robert, I don't remember if he exactly entirely left the porch, or he was just like sort of to the left of me, like on the stairs or near it. I don't remember exactly. I can continue. So Michael then says to Robert, how do we fix things? Like, I'm sorry, I don't want a war. How do we make everything better? To which Robert replied, Michael, you want to do that? We have lawyers involved. You have a lawyer, we have a lawyer. Let them talk and handle it this way. He then came back to the porch.
Was Michael calm at that point?
Completely calm.
Would you describe him as sorrowful?
Yes.
Now, have you looked at your boyfriend's transcript of his testimony?
I have not.
Have you talked to your boyfriend about this incident?
Yes.
Did you talk to him last night about this incident?
Probably, but the shooting itself, we always talk about that. It's a lifelong, life-changing incident to have someone try to murder you. So yes, probably.
Now, at that point, after that conversation with Michael Barisone and your boyfriend, isn't it a fact that your boyfriend walked inside the house?
Wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I just want to make sure I have it exactly right.
Okay. Please listen carefully.
Yes, I will.
Isn't it a fact that after your boyfriend had that conversation with Michael Barisone, he walked back into the house?
Not directly, no.
When did he walk back into the house?
After the police were there, and I guess separated Barisone and my boyfriend, he opened the door to put the dog into the house. That's when he was in the house.
After your boyfriend is done talking to Michael Barisone, you come out, correct?
I then come off the porch, and he is then on the porch.
And how would you describe your demeanor at that point?
Interested?
Well, do you recall telling the prosecutor that you walked out thinking I'm like Miss Badass or something? Your exact words to them.
No, I don't recall that. Do you have the date of that by any chance?
It's the transcript in front of you, September 5th, page 6, lines 5 and 6.
Was it page 6?
Page 6,
And the date?
line 6
Okay, sorry.
and 5.
Page 6. And again, this was September 5th, right? So I'm just trying to, page 6, line 6. So, oh my God, I wish I could change that.
Just read it to
I'm
yourself,
sorry,
man.
I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah,
so
just
sorry.
read it to yourself to refresh your recollection.
Yes,
Did you come out like Miss Badass? Yes or no?
no,
Did you tell the prosecutor that you came out like Miss Badass?
I tell them that I walk out thinking that I'm like Miss Badass or something for having even what I would consider now the courage to even approach him at all.
Who is Miss Badass?
As a character, I don't know.
At that point, were you like sick of this?
I'm sorry, I'm still saying I'm sick.
Were you like sick?
I was sick of everything that had been going on that week. So again, I was interested, as I said before, in what Michael had to say.
Now, what do you recall Michael saying to you?
He said nothing to me. I spoke first. Once I'd seen or thought that there was no danger, having seen Robert just speak to him and come back to the porch unscathed, I then felt it was safe. I could have a conversation with this man.
And did you speak loudly enough where your boyfriend, Rob, would hear what you said?
Probably, I would think so, but I can't know what he heard that I said or not.
Okay, what did you say to Michael?
Something along the, I don't know the exact words, something along the lines of, okay, Michael, how do you plan to fix this, and how are we going to settle Rob's, I was about to say the word bill, but I don't think that ever came out of my mouth, because, or it was like mid-word. Right then, I said maybe a sentence, less than a sentence, and right then, it was gone out of his pocket, boom, boom. period. He runs around the table. Oh, sorry, excuse me, I messed that up. Boom, boom. Then he raises his hand up to where Rob was standing on the porch, shoots at him, the trajectory being the head. And I then do not see Robert anymore, but I see Michael run around me and up the stairs straight to where Rob was no longer. And that is what I saw up to that time.
Is it your sworn testimony that you saw the actual gun before you heard the discharge? Did you see the gun, yes or no, before
Discharged.
the discharge?
Yes, I did.
Now, you indicated yesterday that after getting shot, in your mind, you just ran around in a circle in your mind, correct? You recall saying that yesterday.
I don't remember what I recall from yesterday. I remember we discussed that I remember I didn't know really where I was disoriented. I know I ran around in an actual circle. But
When you mean an actual circle, that's different than what you testified to yesterday.
No, Mr. Belinkus, don't characterize the testimony. It's the jury's recollection that counts here, not yours.
Did you run around in a physical circle?
yes, in a physical circle.
And did you run around in a circle in your mind?
Probably many circles in my mind.
Where did you go when you were running around?
In a, I don't know, I mean, I could demonstrate if you'd like.
Yep, please.
Can I take my shoes off because
Sure.
I don't know.
Yes, go ahead.
So Michael is standing here, shoots me, and I then see him raise his hand, shoot at Robert's head. I look at my chest, and where do you go? What do you do? The circle I ran around was like this,
Okay.
in that area.
Okay, perfect. You can have the-
Sorry about that.
Okay.
That was embarrassing.
Do you recall telling the Morris County prosecutor in your official statement that I took 2 in the chest and I just see blood like everywhere, and as I ran, and this is the point where it gets a little shady because I don't know where the hell I went. Do you recall saying that to the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
Did you show them that little movement that you demonstrated in the courtroom?
I did not show them because I was referring to I didn't know where I went, meaning in my head. I know where I went, the area where I actually moved around.
Do you recall telling the Morris County prosecutor's office that I went somewhere, I ran, I think I went inside
No, I did
to
not.
like yell to Rob? Do you recall telling the prosecutor that about your running?
But I did go inside to call to Rob to bring him
After-
upstairs.
You're saying to the prosecutor you ran inside the house to call Rob after you were shot. Didn't you say that?
If I did, I don't recall. Like again, it was a few days after being released from the hospital. I was on a ton of pain meds. I might not have even understood half the questions they were asking me at that
Okay,
point.
so let's turn to page 6.
Sure, no problem.
And before I ask you a question, when you say you just got out of the hospital
Yes.
and were on pain medications, you just recently were shown your actual video of this interview, and you had an opportunity to see exactly what you said. Did you tell the prosecutor that there were grave issues with regards to what
I don't think she said there were grave issues.
I'll rephrase the question.
Please do.
Did you tell the prosecutor that you didn't run in the house after being shot, like you said in the official statement?
I'm sorry, they didn't run in the house? I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't understand.
Let's move on. Go to page 6.
There.
Line 21.
Yes,
Do you have that?
I do.
Do you recall saying, because I don't know where the hell I went? And this is after the shooting.
Yes.
You
I
recall
recall.
saying that to them?
Yes, I do.
Okay? And if you go down to line 24, do you recall saying, I went somewhere, I ran, I think I went inside to yell to Rob? Do you recall saying that to the prosecutor?
I don't recall it, but I see that I said it. Yes, I don't know what it means.
Do you recall after the shooting, running into the house, yelling for your boyfriend?
No.
Do you recall telling the prosecutor that the reason why you ran to yell to Rob is because you didn't want him to come out? Do you recall telling him that?
I'm sorry, could you just give me 1 second? You're
Sure.
speaking very quickly.
Okay.
I just want to be able to make sure I can read
And
everything.
again, if I'm not reading the exact words,
Yes,
bring that to my attention.
I absolutely will. So it's on page 6 that we were. So. I'm sorry, I was just reading this for context. What was the exact question again?
Did you tell the prosecutor that the reason you ran inside the house and yelled to Rob was because you didn't want him to come outside where
Yes,
things were going on?
I did say that at that point. No idea what I was talking about.
And you recall what you yelled to him? Don't come out.
No, I did not yell that.
Did you tell the prosecutor when you gave your official statement that you yelled to Rob, don't come outside?
I don't actually recall that at all. I
If
see
you look
that
on
it's,
page 7, the
Yep.
first line, does that refresh your recollection of
It-
you telling the Morris County prosecutor's
it
office?
refreshes words that I was saying, yes.
Okay. Did you also tell the prosecutor that at that point, Rob was not putting 2 and 2 together, that you had been shot?
Yes,
So will you agree with me that when you first talked to the prosecutor, Rob?
Judge, I'm going to object on speculation grounds. I mean, I understand why the detectives ask her these questions,
Right.
but it doesn't make it admissible evidence. He's asking her, what did Rob Goodwin know?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand
No,
the question. I mean, the words speak for themselves.
Okay. Did you tell the prosecutor that Rob heard gunshots?
Same objection, Judge.
Yeah, I mean, where would she get that information? Other than from a boyfriend, making it hearsay. Sustained.
At some point in time, Rob jumps on Michael Barisone, correct?
Correct.
Were you outside?
I was.
Did you see Rob choking Michael Barisone?
I saw he had his arm behind his back and he had him in some kind of like a headlock to restrain him from being able to get the gun again.
When you say a headlock, would you describe your observations of him putting him in a chokehold?
Maybe. I don't know like exact terms of these things.
Okay, when you say you don't know exact terms, on the day of your official statement, on page 8, line 6, did you describe it as a chokehold?
Probably.
Can you look at it and tell me
Same
either
page?
yes or no?
I mean, yeah,
Page
I'm
8,
sure I said it.
Line 6.
Page 8, line 6.
Yes.
Like, no problem. In like a chokehold. So yes, I wrote in like a chokehold.
And your boyfriend is an ex-Marine, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this point, did you start attacking Michael Barisone?
At which point? I'm sorry, could you rephrase what we're talking about?
Let me back up a little bit.
Yes. Thank you.
When you're talking to Michael Barisone, and you're saying he's firing the shots at you,
Mm-hmm.
you were on the phone with your civil lawyer, correct?
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I just, I guess I have a question. If I could
No.
ask it.
Do you understand the question or not?
No, because
All right,
it's whole-
rephrase your question.
At the time you were talking to Michael Barisone,
Mm-hmm.
and when you say the shots were fired,
Mm-hmm.
you were physically on the telephone talking to your civil lawyer, correct?
I was physically holding the phone and talking to Michael Barisone.
Okay, but your lawyer was on the line, correct?
Yes.
And whose phone was that?
Roberts.
So, can I assume when you took 2 shots into the chest, you dropped the phone?
No, I didn't drop the phone.
You
Not
kept-
that I recall. I do not remember dropping the phone.
What do you remember with doing with that phone?
I honestly forgot I had it in my hand. Totally forgot that Ed David was still on the phone.
At some point in time, you start beating Michael Barisone with your phone.
Correct.
Did you have 2 phones in your hand?
No.
What did you do with the phone, Robert Goodwin's phone,
Mm-hmm.
after you were shot?
I told Ed David, oh my God, oh my God.
I'm not asking you what you
Oh.
told him. What did you specifically do with the phone?
At what point in time? Let's specify
After
that.
being shot?
Can you just repeat that whole question?
Absolutely.
I'm so sorry.
You're holding the phone
Yes.
where you were having a conversation with your civil lawyer, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You claim you got shot at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. what did you do with the phone that you were holding after you were shot?
I believe I just kept holding it.
At some point in time, you picked up your telephone, correct?
Correct.
Where was that telephone?
That was by the door. That was not the door to the laundry room, which is now like semi-open, which was from Rob jumping through the door to avoid being hit in the head with the bullet. So my phone was somewhere right around there.
Okay, so let me stop. We'll go in small steps here.
Yes, sure.
So it's your testimony that after being shot 2 times in the chest, out on the patio by that round table, correct?
Wait, I'm sorry. That was confusing. Could you say that one more time? I'm so sorry.
Okay. Where were you shot?
I was shot. Observed.
I mean, the location on the
Yeah, the
porch or on the
location on
body?
the porch.
Let's specify.
Right, I'm gonna show you D803. Can you put a big X? Does this accurately depict the area where the incident occurred?
The area, yes.
What's that right there?
That is a camera
Okay.
by window.
Now, can you put a big X where you were standing when you got shot?
Sure. It's a little hard to do because everything's all, I guess.
Just do it to the best you can.
Okay. I was standing. I might need to highlight that.
Okay.
Or different color pen.
And let me try it.
Whatever's.
So the record is clear, and this mark is faint on D803, but you can see it. You put kind of like a star,
Yep.
basically right next to the metal table and chairs,
Correct.
okay? And that's where you say you were standing when you got shot, correct?
That is correct.
And from that round table and chairs, you walk all the way to the back steps after being shot, climb up the stairs, and get your phone.
Yes, I wanted to call 911.
Is there any reason why you didn't use Rob's phone that you already had in your hand?
Well, for one thing, I wasn't even thinking that I had it. When I did realize, the first thing I did, I think the first thing I did was let the person I was on the phone with know, oh my God, I've just been shot.
Right, I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I'm asking you what you did with the phone, okay?
With the phone that I was on?
Right. So the phone that you were on,
Yes.
at the time you claim you were shot, after you're shot, it's your testimony that you walk all the way over to the stairs, climb a flight of stairs, and get your telephone, correct?
More crawled-ish to there, but
Crawled?
yeah, I wasn't exactly like running. I was losing a lot of blood.
Okay.
So, yes, but I know you didn't ask if I crawled or walked, just what I do with my phone, with the phone.
All right, so what did you do, what hand were you holding the phone?
I'm right-handed, so I would think my right hand.
Okay, so what did you do with that phone?
I think after I told Ed David what had happened, I think I just like placed it on wherever the porch area that I was then on. And for some reason, yeah, that's what I would say.
And you didn't use that phone to call 911, correct?
Correct.
You looked for and found your own personal phone, correct?
Yes.
And then when you found your phone, did you come back down the stairs to the area where Michael and your boyfriend were struggling on the ground?
When I found my phone, I tried to call 911. I couldn't because my arms and my hands were covered in blood. My phone would not open.
Okay.
So, what was the second half of your question?
How did you call 911? You're the person, the first person on the 911 call, correct?
Yes, I then remembered, oh yes, Robert's phone is out here. I'll use Rob's phone and call 911, which I did, too.
Okay, so let me get the scenario correct.
Mr. Belinkas, we don't need a summation now. Just ask your questions, all right?
What did you do with your phone at that point?
I'm sorry, at which point?
At the point when you realized you couldn't call 911 and you decided to get Rob's phone.
I put it back down,
Put it back down where?
wherever I picked it up from, like I just described a moment ago, near the door by the laundry room, which was also next to where the love seat was. I was on the floor.
So you came down the stairs with your phone to where Rob and Barisone was struggling. You tried to call 911, correct?
Incorrect. I went up the stairs to get my phone and tried to call 911, and my phone would not open. I then put my phone back down. And
Where
then,
you put your phone back down on that landing?
no. In my memory, I remember putting it back down right where I picked it up, which was somewhere on the actual porch, because that's where it was. Put it down,
And then you go and retrieve the phone that you had previously placed somewhere, correct?
Yes, because I remembered that I wouldn't need a.
And where was
press a
that phone?
button.
Where was that phone?
We're at somewhere near the vicinity of where Robert was restraining Michael.
Okay. And at that point is when you claim you called 911, correct?
Correct.
And everybody's heard the 911 call.
Yep.
So you're on the phone. After a period of time, you hand the phone to your boyfriend, correct?
I think he kind of took it at that point because I had my phone again. And
What do you mean you had your phone?
I went to go, I think I had my phone because.
Didn't you just,
Robert-
strike that, didn't you just indicate that you placed your phone back
Yes.
on the landing?
Yeah, back in the area, like to me, where they were having where Rob was restraining Michael.
Right.
In my memory, I do not remember if they were actually like still on the porch or just 2 steps below on the landing. It was just.
Didn't you
In
say
my-
yesterday they were off of the landing, off the stairs,
I believe
on
it.
that concrete patio?
I believe I said I wasn't sure that there were 2 stairs.
Okay.
So we can go back over it if you'd like to. But what I believe I said, it was the same thing I'm saying now, which is that I don't remember if they were actually on the porch flat area or like a step or 2 below on the patio. I don't remember exactly
Okay.
where that was.
So, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, you call 911, you have a discussion with them, and then Rob has his phone back, correct? A 911,
After I had spoken to them,
Right.
which is very brief.
right?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that after Rob took the phone from you, you walked up the stairs and got your phone again?
I didn't walk anywhere. There is a point that I went and got my phone.
When
wherever
was
it
that point?
Well, let her finish, Mr. Belinkas.
Okay.
Somewhere in between after I told 911 I'd been shot. Rob was, you could hear him struggling with Michael. At that time, I grabbed my phone. I was covered in blood. I crawled somewhere, whether it was an inch away or half of a foot away, to get my phone, thinking the only way that I could help the situation is by helping to make sure no one else gets shot or killed that day, which is why I had my phone and was hitting Michael on the head with it, or on the ear with it.
How long were you beating Michael Barisone with your phone?
Maybe a matter of seconds.
You're sure of that?
Pretty sure, yes. I didn't have. Yeah, yes, I'm definitely sure of that.
Do you recall previously saying that you used your 7 minutes to help Rob by keeping the 6'4" MB subdued by breaking my phone in his cheek and in his ear? Do you recall saying that you were beating him for 7 minutes?
That's not, wait a second, Mr. Belinkis. That's not what it said.
Okay.
Don't characterize things.
Okay.
Ask a question. If you're reading from something, read the specific words. Do not characterize it.
Okay. Did you say these exact words? I used my 7 minutes to help Rob keep the 6'4" MB subdued by breaking my iPhone on his cheek and in his ear.
Probably said that. Yeah.
7 minutes you claim to be beating Michael Barisone. Isn't that correct?
Can we just put that in context?
Yes, please.
Oh, you can do that on redirect. That's what redirect is for, Mr. Sheldon.
Did you also tell everybody that you were medevaced in a helicopter?
Yes, I did.
That never happened either, did it?
I didn't learn that until literally 2 weeks ago.
Okay, my question is...
I think she answered the question, Mr. Belinkis. What's your question?
That she wasn't medevaced in a helicopter, which is inconsistent with her statement. Her saying, I just learned that, is not a direct answer, I believe.
All right, ask it again.
You said you were medevaced in a helicopter,
I
correct?
did, yes.
You weren't medevaced by helicopter, correct?
As it turns out, that is correct.
And when you say you just found out 2 weeks ago, that was when you went over your statement with the prosecutor, correct? The video.
Correct.
Okay. And you corrected that statement, correct?
What
You
do
had an
what
opportunity
do you mean?
to correct what you said on that video, correct?
I'm sorry.
I'll move on. Now, did you indicate to the prosecutor that with regards to that point of time when you start hitting Michael Barisone with your iPhone, that your boyfriend, Robert Goodwin, was not even aware that you were shot?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
I'm referring to her statement.
I know,
because it's
but
in
the
the
information she
statement
gets
doesn't
in
mean
the
that she can
statement, it's
testify to it.
hearsay within hearsay. Sustained.
Now, do you recall bashing and bashing and bashing that guy's freaking ear in with your phone?
I do.
You recall that during that time, at some point, Michael Barisone was unconscious.
No, I do not recall that.
Can you please look at page 10, line 13, and ask me if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not during that time, Michael Barisone was unconscious for a few seconds.
What line on page 10?
Line 13.
Yes, this was my perception, but I had no way of knowing.
And with regards to your hitting Michael Barisone in the head with your phone, did you stop at one point and then start up again?
Yes, very quickly.
Now, when you say very quickly, what was the time period between when you first started to bash your phone into his head
Yes.
in relationship to the second time you started doing that?
Pretty much the first time I did it, maybe I did it one time, and then my boyfriend, once, this is what he told me, he saw a giant...
You can't say with someone else
Oh, I'm sorry.
told you.
Anyway, my boyfriend, realizing the damage, had tried moving me, or like kind of making me not be where they were so that I wouldn't just, I guess, fall over and die. So, but I didn't want to, I was worried again about the gun going off. So I thought when I came back and tried to hit him again with the phone. And then I just ran out of everything, just any adrenaline that I may have had just died.
Now, during this time, what did you observe your dog doing?
During which time specifically?
This is where your boyfriend is on top of Michael Barisone and you're hitting him in the head with your phone.
Same answer as before, which is I witnessed her nipping and, yeah, just pretty much nipping both of them, like in different areas and barking.
Okay.
Or yapping.
It was during the time when your boyfriend was physically struggling with Michael Barisone and
Yes.
you were hitting him in the head with your phone.
Yes,
Are you sure that that didn't go on before any shots were fired?
Then what go on? You gotta clarify.
The beating, the talk by the dog, and her slamming her phone into his head. Can I see that sidewalk, please?
What's the nature of your objection, Mr. Shellhorn?
Judge, I think there was a question there suggesting that the attack, the dog bite, and I think there was something else was going on before any shots were fired. I'm
Yeah,
not sure
I don't even know what
Exactly.
I don't even know what the factual basis is for that.
Judge, I can ask a witness.
No, you
whether-
can't. No, you can't. Not without a factual basis. You just can't ask for speculation. That's what you're asking for.
I'm asking you a question whether or not,
There's no evidence that it happened before. None.
Judge.
Not a scintilla
I believe.
of evidence on the record so far
So
that
if a
that
wit-
supports that question.
If a witness says that something happened, I can't ask them if.
You've asked them 500 questions about what happened, about her recollection of it, which is fine. Now you're asking, well, are you sure it didn't happen before? You have no basis to ask that.
Her recollection is horrible.
No, it's not.
She's changed her story over and over.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't,
It's-
Mr. Belinkus, it does not allow you to suggest to this jury to engage in speculation, which is what you're doing. Your client doesn't remember the incident,
Judge,
according to the expert reports. So that's not a factual basis for you.
Judge,
And there's nothing in this record to suggest that any of this happened, the beating, the phone, the dog bite, before. In fact, we have a 911 call where it's patently obvious that the dog is in the area because it is incessantly barking and heard over the 911 call, which is after the shooting. So you need a factual basis. That is black letter law 101.
my factual basis, Judge, is that these people, both Kanarek and Goodwin, have a motive to lie with regards to what happened. They filed a lawsuit, there's hostility, and
But again, even assuming all that's true,
so why?
there's no evidence in the record. That's like saying, well, isn't it true that a stranger drove down the road when Michael Barisone was there and got out of his car, and the stranger was the one that actually shot you, not Mr. Barisone? That's the same situation. There's no evidence in the record that that happened. You're just trying. You're trying to create in the jury's mind some alternate issue without any facts in the record to support it. Now, if Mr. Barisone were going to testify about something, that's different. But the experts have said he doesn't remember anything about the incident.
Understood, Judge, but again, whatever ruling you make, obviously, I abide by. But in this particular case, this witness's testimony, as well as her boyfriend, which are basically the only two pieces of evidence.
No, and the 911 call,
Okay.
which lays out exactly what happened immediately after the shooting.
Immediately after the shooting, and I believe I can question the timing of the shooting based on their inconsistent statement, their motivation to lie.
No, you're not going to, not to create some alternate universe scenario without something in the record.
Well, I can't get anything in the record, Judge, unless I could ask these questions.
No, there's plenty in the record so far. There's plenty in the record so far, but nothing in the record to show that the beating, the dog bite, and everything happened before the shooting.
Well, Mr. Goodwin is going to testify, Judge, that Mrs.
Well-
Kanarek disappeared for a significant period
All right,
of time.
well, then ask him that. Ask him that question.
It's implausible for someone to
It
be
doesn't-
shot.
Mr. Belinkus, I can't predict what's going to go on the record in the future when other witnesses testify. If the scenario changes, then you can ask it then. At this point in time, there's nothing in the record to suggest the scenario that you want to ask in a question for the jurors. There's not.
Judge, okay.
That's my ruling. End of it. All right. Go off the record now because you have to
Do you recall telling the Morris County Prosecutor's Office
Mr. Malenkas, before we do that, can I see you at the bench, please? All right, based on the court's ruling, Mr. Malenkas, you can rephrase your question.
Thank you. You just indicated, did you not, that you weren't sure if Ruth had a gun, correct?
I was not positive. Correct.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're talking about in August or at any point in time?
Any point in time.
All right, that's the question, just so you understand. All right, any point in time he's asking.
Okay.
Not specifically in August, just any point in time. Ask it that way so now the witness knows what you're asking.
You know that Ruth has a gun, correct?
Correct.
And that she travels with her guns like a crazy freak, correct?
Are you asking if I said that?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to
Yeah,
object
again,
to the
Mr.
question.
Malenkas, that's not what we talked about. No, you're reading from, you can refresh your recollection,
Okay.
but not quote from that. That's
Okay.
not evidence.
Right.
That's not substantive evidence. If you think you need to refresh your recollection, you can do that by showing her the document as you've done before and ask her if it refreshes her recollection. But I think she answered the question. She said she knows Ruth has a gun. Now ask a follow-up question. You don't have to quote from the transcript.
And you're aware of the fact that she always carries her guns with her, correct?
I don't think I'm aware that she always carries them, just that there's been times I know she's carried them, or...
Again, I'm going to show you, when you look at page 26,
Sure.
line 19, and if that refreshes your recollection,
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, which page, 20?
page 26.
26.
26. Okay, and 19, did you say?
Yep, 19 and 20. And asked if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you were aware that Ruth Cock always travels with a gun.
I'm sorry, can I just have 1 second to read the...
Yes, go ahead, read it to yourself.
Thank you, sure.
Please.
Okay, and then can you just ask the question one more time after I've now read this? I'm so sorry. Just want to be clear.
Are you aware that Ruth always travels from where she lives to the farm with her guns?
No, I am not aware that she always travels with her guns.
Did you tell the prosecutor that she's not a person who had driven there overnight unarmed?
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait a second.
19 and 20 lines.
Yep, I know. I'm reading it. I'm sorry. So yes, that is the last part of that paragraph. Correct.
So you were aware that she, based on your knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
traveled with weapons, correct?
That would be a correct statement.
Okay, now, let's go to the time period immediately before you walking down to talk to Michael Barisone on August 7th.
Oh, okay.
Number one, you were pissed, correct?
Yes.
You came stomping down towards him, correct?
Mr. Belinkas, are you reading from a transcript?
I'm asking a question, Judge.
Oh, why are you flipping the transcript? It looks like you're reading it. Don't do that. If you ask a question, ask it. A transcript is used to refresh recollection.
Did you come down stomping?
No.
Can you please look at page 28, line
Sure.
19? And tell me if it refreshes your recollection with regards to whether or not you came down stomping to talk to Michael Barisone.
I'm not exactly sure how to answer this question based on what I'm reading. Yes,
Okay?
I did say the words, I came stomping.
Okay, now, when you first had a conversation with Barisone, did you describe him as a crazy person to the prosecutor?
Yes, probably.
Now, before the shooting, is it not a fact that you never saw the gun prior to it being fired?
Prior to that,
The gun being fired.
I never saw it prior.
You never
to
saw it prior to the gun being fired.
I never saw it prior. I saw it just before it was fired
Well, that's prior, correct?
into my chest. Yes.
Okay.
Saw it then.
Can you please go to page 32,
Okay.
lines 5 through, or 4 through 6, and asked,
Oh, wait, 35, so I'm sorry. It wasn't
32.
32,
Okay.
lines 4 to 6.
4 to 6, and asked if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you actually saw the gun prior to it being fired.
Yes, I saw the gun prior to it being fired.
Did you tell the prosecutor that you did not see the gun prior to it being fired?
Based on the lines you read, 8 through, I believe, 11?
4 through 6, I referred you to.
I'm sorry, this is just so all over the place. I'm sorry. I'm not really exactly sure.
Just read those lines to yourself,
Okay,
all right? And then Mr. Belinkus will ask if it refreshes your recollection
okay. Thank you.
about what you saw regarding the gun
Okay,
prior to the shooting.
okay. Thank you. So, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Is it in fact you told the prosecutor you did not see the gun prior to it being fired?
Yes.
That's,
Judge, that's not what it says.
Well, you can clear it up on redirect. That's what it's for.
well, let's go to page, straight down. Did you ever see the weapon in his hand?
Yes.
Can you please go to page 33, lines 10 and 11, and see if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you ever saw a weapon in his hand?
I'm sorry, lines 10 and 11?
Yes, page 33, lines 10 and 11.
Okay.
Judge, while the witness is reviewing that, can we come to the side?
Sure.
Did you tell the prosecutor that you never saw a weapon in his hand?
Yes.
How many shots did you tell the prosecutor he fired at you?
I honestly don't remember. Maybe I might have said 3, I might have said 5.
Wasn't this gone over yesterday? I believe it was.
She testified on direct to 3. Did you tell the prosecutor?
Hold on, Mr. Belinkus. Yeah, you showed her D200 and G, and we had you cross-examined her on whether it was 3, 4, or 5 shots.
And I'm asking her now if she told the prosecutor 5 shots.
No, Mr. Belinkus, it's been gone over already.
Now, Judge, there's a definitive statement later on. I can't get into that?
Well, you shouldn't characterize anything one way or the other. That's the first thing.
This is.
But,
her turn.
but this is not, this one was over yesterday. You went through this yesterday.
And I'm going over with her statement with the prosecutor's office.
I'll allow a brief question on it, but do not get into the same ground we covered yesterday.
Did you say, so it may have been more, but definitely 5?
Actually, after watching the testimony.
No. Hold on. The question is just, are you asking if it refreshes her recollection
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Well, you should ask that. The question is, in reading, and what's the page and line number, please? Because I don't think that was made clear to the witness.
Page 35, line 15.
Page
First
30,
two-
yeah.
First 2 words.
Just read that to yourself
Okay.
and tell me, does it refresh your recollection about the number of shots that were fired?
Yes.
How many shots were fired?
3 shots were fired.
Now, you just mentioned, after going over the testimony, did you look at or see anyone's testimony on YouTube or?
I saw my own testimony as I gave it to the police when I was shown the testimony.
Do you recall telling the police immediately after being shot, you disappeared?
I don't know what I said to the
Then
police.
you just went over this already, Mr. Belinkus. Move on to a different area. This is becoming repetitious now.
Now, Ms. Kanarek, you have or had access to Michael Barisone's personal office off of the club room, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Did you ever go into Michael Barisone's office and take personal items?
No, never.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what has been marked 200C-30.
Sure.
Ask you to read item 4844.
Who is this to?
Your boyfriend.
Yeah.
And your dad.
Correct.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not on July 11th, 2019, you had obtained access to Michael's office?
Yes, Miss Smith, yes.
And did you take any damaging materials from his personal office?
No, I did not.
Did you say you took damaging materials in this communication with your boyfriend and father?
No, I did not say that.
Did you say, I'm pretty good at locating damaging material. Now that I have access to Michael's office, I can write contracts, get his signature, whatever I need to do.
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to ask that that be stricken. It's not responsive to the question. It's not impeachment.
All right, ask another question, Mr. Belenkis. Objection sustained.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Michael Barisone was going to install web cameras in and around the stable area?
Sir, was there a time that I became aware that he was going to?
Yes.
There was a time that I became aware that there was discussion that he would hopefully install cameras around the property.
Okay. And after you found that out, and I'm referring to August 2nd, 2019, did you intend to look for them and disable them?
Maybe.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would want to disable Michael Barisone's cameras in the stable area?
I don't really have a reason, but I don't know the context either.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 100C. C16, sorry. I show you 100C-16.
Do you need this back?
Yeah, I like that. Can you look at 019?
No. Oh, that's a zero, right?
Yep.
Okay, so cut off. I'm sorry, was your question, what was your question again about this?
Did you plan, after finding out
Judge,
that...
that was not what the question
Yeah.
was.
Let me see that firewall, please.
Take all this stuff.
Sure.
Take this stuff.
All right, move on, Mr. Belinkus.
Judge, I have no further questions.
All right, we'll do redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Kanarek, you still have that transcript in front of you?
No, you just took everything.
Judge, for the record, this is defendant's 200G.
All right, being shown to the witness.
And you were asked a series of questions about, did you see the gun before you got shot, or did you not see the gun before you got shot? And I believe Mr. Belinkus had taken a line on page 33, line 10, if you could just turn to that.
Sure. Yes.
He asked you the question on line 10, if you were asked a question, so you never saw a weapon in his hand, and your answer was no.
Yep.
Is there context for that if we go
I
back?
believe he's testifying. I have no problem with him asking her as I
Well,
asked her.
just, yeah, Mr. Shellhorn, just.
I'm just directing her to the page, Judge.
I understand, it's
I would ask that he not read it, Judge.
right, you can ask her, what did she say on so-and-so page and line so-and-so, as Mr. Belinkus does, to see if that refreshes her recollection about what she said on a later page or a page before. That's fine.
So that was on page 33, Ms. Kanarek?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention back to page 30,
Sure.
which is 3 pages before. And I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to lines 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Yes.
Do you see those lines?
Yes, I can.
On lines 8 to 10, did Detective Rogers ask you a question?
He did.
What was the question he asked you?
Should I read it
Again,
out?
Judge,
No, a question's fine. It's not, the question is not hearsay, it's a question. It's
He
not,
asked
it's
me-
not a statement. Go ahead.
So he asked me.
What
so
did he ask you?
He asked me, so when you were coming out and he was behind the bush and you couldn't see him, I said, oh.
Go ahead, and what was your answer?
I said, yeah.
And what did he ask you on lines 12 and 13?
He said, so you were walking toward him?
What was your answer?
And I said, yes. I said, toward him.
So does that put in reference the point in time that we're talking about in the
objection, he's
statement?
testifying.
No, I'll allow it.
Now, if I direct you ahead to page 31,
Yes.
are you still talking about the same context and about the same part of the incident?
Yes. Let me see.
In other words, the subject didn't change on page
No,
31,
no,
did
the
it?
subject didn't change.
Is there an objection?
No, I'm trying to figure out the page and the
All right, what's the page number?
In general, I want to establish, Judge, that page 32, the subject didn't change. The point in time of the shooting was still where the defendant had pulled in gotten out and was standing by the bush.
Yes.
Now on page 32, were you asked a question by Detective Rogers on lines 4 and 5?
Yes.
What was the question?
Did you see, at that point, did you even see a gun or anything? You just,
And what was your answer on the next line?
no.
What was your answer on lines 8 through 11, if you could read that?
Sure, I wrote, I didn't even know he had the gun.
Again, Judge.
Until,
now she's reading your-
It's a prior consistent statement.
Okay.
All right, you attacked the credibility. The state has a right to introduce prior consistent statements of the witness under the rules. 607. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Ms. Kanarek, if you could just continue reading lines 8 to 11 out loud, please.
I'll start over. I didn't even know he had the gun until he said something, and I responded. And, like, in the middle of my sentence, I was cut off because I just see him pull out the gun.
Now, if you could turn back to page 6 of that transcript.
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention to line 14 to 16. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes. Page 6, 14, 16.
And can you read those lines? Starting on line 14 with the word "and."
Page 6, this is?
Page 6, line 14, if you can start with the word "and."
Okay. And the minute, like, that word started to come out of my mouth, I just see a gun come out of his pocket, and, like, I was in that second, very second, like, in shock.
Thank you. So, does that clarify whether you saw the gun before Michael Barisone shot you with the gun?
Yes.
Now, continuing on that same paragraph, I think you were asked a series of questions by Mr. Belinkis this morning and perhaps yesterday about what happened after you got shot. Do you remember those questions?
Some of them.
Do you remember being asked some of those questions by the detectives when they questioned you in September of 2019?
Some of them.
And again, on page 6 of that statement, specifically on lines 20 to 22, what did you tell them in September of 2019 about what you remembered after you got shot?
Starting line 20 of page 6.
Yes.
Should I start with the word "and" or?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the point where it gets, like, shady.
Judge, she left out 3 words.
Just read the entire line, if you would, ma'am.
Okay. I took so the sentence before then. Okay.
Just start with "and."
Okay. Start with "and." And this is the point where it gets.
Judge, she's leaving out 3 words.
Judge, do you want a copy? You
Yeah,
can follow.
I don't have a transcript, so I'm lost here.
We're right here, Judge. Starting with the word "and."
All right. Starting with "and." All right, go ahead, read.
And this is the point where it gets, like.
Where is she leaving it out?
It says, mine says, line 20, and as I ran at this point.
No, you're looking at the wrong "and." It's the next sentence begins "and" with a capital A. That's what she's.
line? What line?
It's the same line. It's right next to it, line 20.
Page
The
6.
"and" that you're referring to is the line before. She's not leaving it out. She was directed to read that line. Go ahead, read where it begins, ma'am, with a capital "and."
Yes, Your Honor. And this is the point where it gets, like, shady, because I don't know where the hell I went.
what was the purpose of you saying that to the detectives the day that they interviewed you in September of 2019? What do you mean by the word shady?
I mean, like, confusing a little bit.
I also wanted to ask you some questions. I don't have any other questions about the transcript right now, Ms. Kanarek, so you can close that up. Judge, if I could have permission to display S210, which I believe is corresponding to D803 that the witness was shown. I take that back. It's not corresponding, but S210 is in evidence.
Yes. S210 will be shown on the screens, please.
Ms. Kanarek, what's S210 a picture of?
The porch, table and chairs.
And what is in the top right of that picture?
A bush.
Can you just, I think the jury probably knows this, but if you just orient them to where that bush is located with respect to the back door.
That bush is in between that little, I guess, mini roof thing and where the tables are. Between there and where the actual porch is, which leads to the front door. And it's only, a couple feet away, maybe 10 at most.
When you described coming out of the house, do you see on S210 the approximate area where you saw the defendant standing?
Yes,
Can you describe that for the jury?
yes. He was, I don't know. So he was standing like sort of in the bush and also at the same time on the other side of the chair, which is not the chair that's in front of the white structure.
Judge,
Not-
I have no reference point. Can we have a point to where she's talking about? She's pointing to her screen.
I don't know if you can try that, ma'am. I'm not sure.
if that'll work.
It may not have been charged up, and it's not effective even when it's fully charged. So, but you can try, see if it
Okay,
works.
it
Just
doesn't work.
just don't shine it in anyone's eyes.
Okay. Sorry if I do. Okay, so where the defendant was standing?
Yes,
Or I-
the approximate area where he was standing. Judge, would it be all right if I go over and point to where that cursor is? So
Yeah.
that Ms.
Well,
Kanarek doesn't
as long
have-
as can the jurors see that, especially in the gallery? Can everyone see it? Yes. All right. They see where it is. No need to point. It's a little bit faint, but it shows up on the screen, and it's where the chair is pulled into the table. The light. This is for the record. The light was shined to the left of that, between the chair and the small white structure with a roof. All right. Next question.
You were asked a question about a phone on the table. Do you see a phone on the table in this picture?
Now I do, yes.
Are you aware if you or your boyfriend Robert ever had a white Google phone?
Never.
Did you see that phone there on the day that you got shot?
Nope.
Judge, I think we can stipulate that that was Mr. Barisone's phone.
Hold on. 200C, 200C. 47. What time?
47, 200C, 47.
I can show mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have,
What do you?
this is,
Okay. I have no objection. I'm
What
gonna
was that?
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Kanarek, I'm showing you what's been marked as 200C47 for the record. Directing your attention to line 512.
Yes.
Do you remember being asked about what that text message said?
I do not. Oh, yes, I do.
You remember when Mr. Bolinkis asked you that
Yes,
question?
yes.
I'm going to ask if you could go up to line 505
Sure.
and just read to yourself what that text message says.
Sure. Okay.
Now, I think you were asked the question on cross-examination whether you learned that Michael Barisone was deathly afraid of your father.
Yes.
And you sent that text message to your father?
I sent it. Yes, I did.
After reading the context of the text messages before it, what was the basis for you saying that Michael Barisone was deathly afraid of your father?
The basis for me saying it was that Michael himself said it, or indicated that no one there should hurt me because they shouldn't hurt me because I have a protective father, basically, is what the gist of it is.
So do you mean people at the barn?
Objection as to what she
Fine.
means.
Yeah, don't lead her, just ask her what she meant by that, that's all.
Just to clarify, when you say people, in general, are you talking about a person or a group of people?
A group of people.
And what was the group of people in general? Was that, you don't have to use specific names, just who in general are you referring to?
Barn staff and one of their parents.
And what was the barn staff and the parents talking about?
Coming to beat me up and punch me in the face and do me bodily harm.
And what did Michael Barisone respond to that after they said to come hurt you and do you bodily harm?
He said, no, no, no. Nope, not with the father like that. That's the wrong way to go about this.
And is it then 2 text messages later that you advised your father that Michael was deathly afraid of him?
Yes.
The last few questions I have for you, I'm not going to ask you about every Facebook post that you ever posted,
Okay.
but I do just want to clarify a few with you, if that's all right.
Sure.
Specifically, you were at Judge, the Facebook records are 402, so I'm just going to refer to the page numbers. I apologize, I didn't write down all of the exhibit numbers that the defense attorney used.
All right.
So this is S402.
Can I see it?
I'm sorry. So Ms. Kanarek, we'll start with S402, page 968.
Sure.
I think you were asked about that post that you had on August 4th, 2019.
Yes.
And Mr. Bolinkis had asked you questions about certain sentences or certain lines in this specific post.
Yes.
Did he read this entire post in its entirety?
He did not.
Did he leave out a part where you said, I also feel that saying certain things to a public audience in some way helps keep me safe?
Yes, I did say that.
Did you say at the end of that post, there's only so much I'm willing to take from any person, anytime, before I unleash every legal resource and recourse that I have?
Yes.
On S402, page 814, I think you were asked a question about this post yesterday on July 27th, 2019. Do you remember being asked about, I think you had said something in that post to the effect of, "This is me, look out, because here I come"?
Yep.
What did you remember that post to be in reference to?
It was an exact quote to The Greatest Showman, and I was basically just quoting that, meaning I, march the beat of my own drum kind of thing, and let's have a night of music kind of thing.
And what's, just in case anyone doesn't know, what's The Greatest Showman?
It's a movie that has songs in it, and I was quoting one of the songs from the soundtrack of that movie.
And did you put the lyrics to that song in quotation marks?
I did.
Did you finish it with TGSM?
Yep, The Greatest Showman.
What did you say after TGSM?
Let's have a night of music. Question mark.
The post before that, which was approximately 20 minutes before, in general, what is that a reference to?
I actually forgot. I have to read it. Another song.
Who's that song by?
Meatloaf.
Is the post after the Greatest Showman post about another 20 minutes later or a half hour later?
Yes.
And what is that post in reference to?
Another song and movie, actually. A song and a movie.
And then the last post I'll ask you about is in S402, page 970. Do you remember being asked about a post you made on August 4th, 2019?
Yes.
This is a post where Mr. Belinkis asked you a series of questions about your gun
Yep.
and how many bullets it had, and yes or no.
Oh, yes.
And I think he finished up at the end here by pointing out that you had something about if something turns violent, you would let someone punch you in the face twice.
Yes.
Did he leave a line out in the middle of that paragraph or that post?
Yes, he did.
What was the words that he left out when he read that post?
The words were, also, luckily, I am not a violent person. I hate confrontations, which seem they could turn violent.
Did he also leave out this line starting with unfortunately after you talked about your two guns?
Yes.
What does that line say?
It says, unfortunately, or luckily, they are both in NC,
What is NC?
North Carolina.
Thank you. Judge, I don't have any further questions on redraft.
All right.
I have one, Judge.
Huh?
One question. With regards to D200C-47, where you discussed staff members punching you in the face, isn't the fact, and this is the day before the shooting, that you said you heard Michael say, no, 3 exclamation points, no, 4 exclamation points, no, 4 exclamation points. Did you write that with regards to what my client said regarding any violence towards you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Please don't discuss the case with anyone.
Of course,
All right,
thank you.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Shellhorn, it's 12:20. I'll leave it up to you if you want to start at your next witness, or we can take our lunch break a little bit early and start fresh after lunch. I leave it up to you.
If we can do that, Judge, I think that will be perfect.
All right. All right, very good. It's 12:20, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take our lunch and recess. Please return at about 1:20, and we'll resume shortly thereafter. Thank you.
I'm on a 361 with the address of the emergency.
Hi, Mark.
Yes.
411 West Mill Road for trespassers in the Caller's Horse Barn. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes. Yeah, I own this place. I have some people who have been living on this place, and they were told to not be in the horse barn after 9 p.m., and they're in the horse barn. They're scumbags, and I want them warned. They have chased us out of our house, and I need this dealt with tonight.
All right, that was 411 West Mill Road, Washington Township
sir.
at the horse barn.
Tell me exactly what happened.
There is a client. We have a horse stable, and I asked her to go home for the evening, and she won't leave the barn, and she's screaming at me. Disturbing the peace for the second time in 3 days.
Okay, my partner, send him help. Just stay on the line. I need some more information from you, okay?
Thank you.
Stay on the line with me.
My name is Lauren.
Your last name?
Okay, hold on. Kanarek, sorry. So tonight I called because last night, they're actually please start from the proper place. Today, all in here, talked to them, everything was fine. It was over like a Facebook post, this crazy situation going on, very complicated. But last night, at 3:15 in the morning, there was like a very, very suspicious vehicle that came in to the driveway, going very slowly with a large SUV, and going very slowly. I texted the barn owner.
All right, are you calling about the suspicious vehicle now?
Yes, it just came back.
Okay, hold on. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
No, all that happened was this blacked out SUV with like some guy smoking a cigarette in the front who I've never seen before, except for last night at 3:15 in the morning, and we overheard them talking about like getting guys to like hurt us, kill us, whatever. We told it to the officers this afternoon, and they know how we have this information and everything.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
Am I? Say it again. Am I what?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
We feel very much like we could be, seeing as though this happened the other night.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
These people are on our place. They have been living in our house in one of the apartment units. They are clients here at our horse stable. This situation is getting worse and worse and worse. The police have been here twice in the last 3 days. They're nuts. They're stalking us. They're harassing us. Last night there was a Facebook post, which is what this woman does. She's
okay. So
anyway, the Facebook post says, "My split personalities are going to take over, and I am not control of what they do. We are in fear for our lives."
No, I understand, but what is going on right now? Are they
nothing? That's why I'm calling you. I talked to a couple of my lawyer. He said, "Call them right away. Get something."
Okay. Are they there now?
They're down at the house we own, which is a third of a mile from where we are. We're all holed up at the stable. We're under siege here. If they come up the driveway, I don't know what to do. This is not looking good. This is the third time, and I'm getting no relief.
No, I understand, sir.
I have a family.
Sir, I understand.
The Facebook post said, "Everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. They hide in the
hold on. I'm going to just paraphrase. So everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for my behaviors.
Anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. That's insane, and we are in fear for our lives from you.
I was told that my daughter's in a landlord-tenant dispute, and a lawyer got a call that she'd been shot.
And you're the father of who?
I'm the father of my daughter. Has horses on a barn there, and she has a dispute with the barn owner.
Okay, what's her name?
Her name?
Yeah.
Her name is Lauren, Lauren, same last name as me, Kanarek.
Hi, this is Mary Haskins Gray. I'm at 411 West Mill Road where the shooting was yesterday.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys know everything that's been going on. I was told if I was scared or in fear of my life to call. We don't have an emergency yet, but Rob Goodwin and the father, Jonathan Kanarek, of Lauren's father, is up here. They just made verbal threats to us that we're pieces of they're going to take us down, that they're coming after Mary Haskins, which is me.
Okay,
they're coming after Justin Harden, and they're going to go after...
Hold on, ma'am, just 1 second. Okay.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Right now, I want to switch gears to discuss a brand new trial that we're covering next week out of Morris County, New Jersey, involving a former Olympian. 59-year-old Michael Barisone, who was a reserve rider for the 2008 U.S. dressage team, is facing 2 counts of attempted murder and weapons possession for shooting or allegedly shooting his student Lauren Kanarek and attempting to shoot at her fiancé Robert Goodwin back in 2019. Now, Kanarek, who trained with Barisone for 2 years, lived on his horse farm with her fiancé part-time, and investigators say that an ongoing landlord-tenant dispute ultimately led to the tipping point that ended in Barisone shooting Kanarek twice in the chest at point-blank range. Barisone is pleading not guilty by self-defense, and his attorneys plan to argue the insanity defense as well. He faces up to a maximum of 60 years in prison. So while we wait for opening statements on Monday, let's get a better idea of how this case came to be, and we're going to hone in on this ongoing landlord-tenant conflict that these players had. So here's a 911 phone call that was placed by Barisone 4 days prior to the shooting about both Kanarek and her fiancé. Let's listen.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
These people are on our place. They have been living in our house in one of the apartment units. Our clients here at our horse stable. The situation is getting worse and worse and worse. The police have been here twice in the last 3 days. They're nuts. They're stalking us. They're harassing us. Last night there was a Facebook post, which is what this woman does. She's
okay.
Anyway, the Facebook post says, my split personalities are going to take over, and I am not control of what they do. We are in fear for our lives.
No, I understand, but what is going on right now? Are they
Nothing. That's why I'm calling you. I talked to a couple of my lawyer. He said, call them right away. Get something going.
Okay. Are they there now?
They're down at the house we own, which is a third of a mile from where we are. We're all holed up at the stable. We're under siege here. If they come up the driveway, I don't know what to do. This is not looking good. This is the third time, and I'm getting no relief.
No, I understand, sir.
I have a family.
I understand.
The Facebook post said, everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. I may hide in
okay, hold on. I'm just paraphrasing. So everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for my behaviors.
Anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. That's insane, and we are in fear for our lives from you.
All right, so even before we get to that, and clearly there's a lot to break down there, I do want to go now to the victim in this case, Lauren Kanarek. She also called 911 on the same day. Let's listen.
My name is Lauren.
Your last name?
Oh, hold on. Kanarek, sorry. So tonight I called because last night, they're actually pretty stuff from the proper place. Today, all in here, I talked to them, everything was fine. It was over like a Facebook post, this crazy situation going on, very complicated. But last night, at 3:15 in the morning, there was like a very, very suspicious looking vehicle that came in to the driveway, going very slowly with a large SUV, and it was going very slowly. I texted the barn owner.
Are you calling about the suspicious vehicle now?
Yes, it just came back.
Okay, hold on. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
No, all that happened was this blacked out SUV with like some guy smoking a cigarette in the front who I'd never seen before, except for last night at 3:15 in the morning, and we overheard them talking about like getting guys to like hurt us, kill us, whatever. We told this to the officers this afternoon, and they know how we have this information and everything.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
Am I, say it again, am I what?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
We feel very much like we could be, seeing as though this happened the other night.
So you have these two different accounts. Melissa, you tell me what you think.
First thing I think is I'm glad that her non-schizophrenic side called in and was able to articulate what was going on. Here's the deal. This is a he said, she said thing right now, just from what you're playing in the two phone calls that you're playing, okay? If you really wanted them off their property, the way it works, because they're living there, the way it works here in the state of Tennessee is you call the sheriff's department, you have them served with an eviction notice. They have 30 days to leave the property. She's calling, and so he didn't really say when he called, he's like, this is just crazy. She made this Facebook post. People post crazy things on Facebook all the time. I don't believe you can really rely on Facebook, and calling the police for that, you know, when an officer gets that call, we're kind of like, okay, what happened? What happened other than these words that hurt your feelings or hurt what happened? And she's calling though and talking about a vehicle that was there last night and it was blacked out. And I don't know how she heard them talking about possibly harming them, but neither one of them were in immediate danger. So right now at this point, just based on what you played, it's a he said, she said, and he should have been like, how do I evict them from my property?
So Dr. Della Torre, let me ask you this. After Barisone was led away after the shooting, he apparently kept repeating the phrase over and over, I had a good life, I had a good life. This is a guy who we mentioned before that there's an intention to plead insanity here, and yet you heard him on the phone accusing someone else of having mental illness. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the insanity is going to be very tough. I mean, some 50-year-old man all of a sudden developing a mental illness at this point in his life seems highly unlikely. But I had a good life. I had a good life. Remember, this guy isn't a killer, right? He rides horses, right? He rides horses in the Olympics, right? The horses just jump around and prance around and do stuff. That's what dressage is. So this is not a killer, right? This is someone who shot someone twice in the chest. And, probably because he believed something that probably wasn't accurate about what was going on between the two of them. And so, yeah, I can easily see how all of a sudden he sees his life kind of end right before his eyes because he pulls out a gun and shoots someone.
Well, doctor, just following up on that one more time, if he's arguing self-defense and insanity, how does that work?
I don't think that it does. I think it's got to be either or, because while it's certainly possible that someone could have a delusional belief in which they are engaging in some kind of self-defense measure to protect themselves, I think it flies in the face of what the self-defense standard would actually be, because you have to actually perceive the threat as being real. So it's certainly possible, but I can't see a world in which both of them work at the same time.
It's a weird one. It's a weird case. It's a sad case, and we'll continue to follow it. And next week should be very interesting nonetheless.
Hi, this is Dan Abrams with exciting news for all of our Law and Crime followers on YouTube. You can now get the live Law and Crime Network with YouTube TV for all of your daily live coverage, legal news, expert analysis, and original true crime programs. Subscribe to YouTube TV today, and then locate Law and Crime in the channel guide. And for only $1.99 a month, you can add the network to your bundle. Watch Law and Crime every day with YouTube TV. We put you in the...
Mr. Barisone, when the court's making a ruling, I don't expect to see you put your head down on a table again. Do you understand me? It's inappropriate to do that. If you disagree with my rulings, that's fine. I don't want to see you put your head on the table again. All right, and counsel, do either of you plan on mentioning in opening statements the fact that Mr. Barisone has been incarcerated? I know it may come up during expert testimony. We take pains to avoid that.
I will not be mentioning
right. Nor do I expect any mention of the length of time between the incident and today's trial. You weren't planning on mentioning that, were you, Mr. Belinkis?
Time frame will.
Now, obviously, it has relevance to the extent that witnesses' memories may fade so obviously it'll come up on cross-examination. I just don't want any inferences to the jury about how long it's taken this case to come to trial, because a good part of it was due to the pandemic, and that was in control of no one. All right, ready, Mr. Schellhorn?
Yes, sir.
All right, you could be using the podium?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. All right, bring the jurors in. All right, be seated, everyone. Thank you, members of the jury. We are ready to commence with the trial, beginning with opening statements. Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the court, counsel, members of the jury, good morning. Thank you again all for being here today and for serving on the jury. 411 West Mill Road is an equestrian farm, a 50-acre equestrian farm and training facility located in Washington Township, New Jersey. When you turn from West Mill Road onto the property, there's a long driveway that goes back almost directly through the center of the property. And the first thing you see on your left is a white farmhouse that's been subdivided into several smaller living areas that are interconnected, but basically separate areas for people to live. And behind the farmhouse there's a parking lot or a little driveway. And as you continue up the long driveway through the middle of the property, it comes to a slight rise, and then it descends down into a parking area where you can see the real reason that people come to this property, this farm that's sometimes known as Hawthorne Hill. And that's a training facility there. It's an equestrian training facility. To the right, there's a long stable with a number of stalls for dozens of horses. There are outdoor training arenas and fields for the horses to go through their training and for the riders to learn and train. Connected to the stable through a hallway is a locker area with various different equestrian materials and equipment, saddles, things of that nature. And then that leads into what's called the clubhouse. Now, if you take a step back out to the parking lot, you can also get into the clubhouse through a large front porch, and then you walk through an opening and an entranceway, and then you come into this clubhouse, which is basically like a long lounge. It's almost the entire width of the building. It has a kitchen on the right, a long table, a row of walls. The entire wall is glass, and it looks out onto an indoor training arena. There are comfortable couches, chairs, things of that nature. There's a pool table. Off to the left, there's a small office to the side. And you'll notice when you see some of the pictures during the course of the trial that the walls all have various photos and pictures of horses and other equestrian-related things. There's also a number of awards, ribbons, medals, many of them earned and awarded to the defendant in the trial, Michael Barisone. Now, I expect you'll learn during the course of the trial that the defendant was an accomplished equestrian. He trained and rode in a form of equestrian called dressage, which for those of you who may not be familiar of it, you may have only seen it once or twice in the Olympics. It's a form of horse riding where the rider guides or directs the horse through a series of predetermined specific motions or steps. And you can imagine it takes great skill for the rider to be able to guide the horse through those predetermined steps or movements. But it also takes a great deal of training for the horse to learn those things and to be able to do that. And you'll hear about how the defendant operated his business, Barisone Dressage, not just at that property in Long Valley, but also at another property that he owned in Loxahatchee, Florida. And generally during the course of the year, he and his people that he was working with and the horses that he was working with would train down south in Florida during the winter months when it was too cold to train in New Jersey. And then they would come north in the summer when it was too hot to train in Florida. I expect you'll learn that the defendant, Michael Barisone, ran that business for a number of years, and that he had other people who worked with him at times, specifically a man named Justin Harden, who was his assistant trainer and did a lot of the day-to-day taking care of the property and the farm during the course of a day, making sure that the arenas were all groomed properly. There were a number of working students who would and live at the farms, and they would take care of the horses and again take care of some of the more day-to-day things. But the defendant was really the reason that people came to that business because of his success. He had ridden at the highest levels of dressage. He had coached other athletes at the highest levels of dressage. And he had also coached a number of horses and trained a number of horses throughout the course of his career. Now, I'm sure you can all imagine, we didn't ask you all to step away from your lives. We didn't put you through jury service last week. We didn't ask you to come back here and sit on this trial for the next number of weeks just to celebrate the defendant and to hear about his accomplishments as an equestrian, as a coach, as a businessman. We asked you to serve on this jury because of what the defendant is accused of doing at that property on August 7th, 2019. On August 7th, 2019, he's accused of taking a gun leaving that clubhouse that I talked about, getting into his car in the parking lot, driving up the driveway over that slight rise, coming into the back parking lot where the farmhouse is, getting out with that gun, which is a pink and black 9mm handgun, confronting two people who were living in the farmhouse, pointing the gun at the woman, Lauren Kanarek, and shooting her twice in the chest. Then turning the gun on Robert Goodwin, her boyfriend, as he fled into the house and shooting another shot at Robert, but missing. That's the purpose of why we're here for this trial. Now, I'll pause for a moment just to mention that I'm not going to tell you every detail about this case during the course of my opening. There are things that I'm intentionally leaving out, and that's because of something the judge told you last week during jury selection, something he told you this morning, and he'll tell you that again, I'm sure, at least one more time before the trial is over. What I say, what Mr. Belinkis may say, is not evidence. The evidence doesn't come from the attorneys, it doesn't come from the judge. The evidence will come from that seat right there, the witness stand. The witnesses who come through that door take an oath to tell you the truth, and then any evidence that the judge allows to be admitted. So if I'm leaving certain things out, that's intentional at this point, because the purpose of my opening is just to give you something of a roadmap or some way of what you know what to expect is going to be coming with some of the other witnesses who testify. Now, you heard me mention Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin, and they were living at the farm, as I said, during the summer of 2019. And I expect you'll come to learn that Lauren was also a rider. She was an equestrian who rode different forms of horses during the course of her life, but she at that time in her life was training for dressage, and she hoped that she would achieve a higher level of training, and so she wanted to work with the defendant because of his reputation. She owned a number of horses that she was stabling there, and as you can imagine, the best things in life are not free. So she was, of course, paying the defendant for the opportunity to work with him and to have her horses coached by him. And so you'll hear how she was doing that there, and at times she would work with Justin Harden, the defendant's other trainer, and at times she would work with the defendant's girlfriend, Mary Haskins-Gray. You'll come to hear how Mary Haskins was also being coached by the defendant. She had aspirations to reach these higher levels. Mary Haskins and the defendant also owned a number of horses together. And you'll hear that at times, Lauren was asked to work with Mary Haskins and to have Mary Haskins work with her. Now, as you can imagine, what I just told you about August 7th, 2019 didn't happen because the training was going well. It didn't happen because things between these people was all perfect. I think it's quite to the contrary. You're going to hear about how bad things were at Hawthorne Hill in August of 2019. You'll hear about how the defendant and his girlfriend, Mary Haskins, were hassling and giving a hard time to Lauren and Rob. And you'll hear how Lauren and Rob were giving a hard time back and hassling back to the defendant and Mary Haskins. You're going to hear how they were really arguing on an almost daily basis at that point. How the police had been called out to the property starting July 31st on almost a daily basis because these people just could not get along. You'll even hear about how not just the defendant and his girlfriend Mary Haskins, but also Lauren and Rob were making complaints or reports up to the highest levels of the sport. The U.S. Equestrian Federation or Foundation and Safe Sport, which is an agency that you may have heard of that basically oversees Olympic level sports and tries to prevent abuse and misconduct by the coaches or the players or other people involved. So both of these groups of people have it in for one another, and they are making complaints against one another, and they are at odds. I mention all of that now in my opening because it's obviously part of the case. It's something you're going to hear from the witnesses. It's something you'll hear about. But it's important to remember something the judge told you last week, something he told you this morning, and something he'll tell you at the end of the trial. And that's that when you go back to deliberate and when you're asked to return a verdict, it will not be about Lauren Kanarek. It will not be about Rob Goodwin. It will not be about Mary Haskins. It will not be about any other person except this man. This man, the defendant, is the one on trial. So you may hear things that you don't like about Lauren or Rob or Mary Haskins or any of these other people. But saying nasty things, misbehaving if you want to call it that, none of that is a justification to get shot. None of it creates a necessity for that person to be killed. No, we're here on this trial because of the defendant's choice on August 7th, 2019. His choice to get a gun, a pink and black 9mm handgun, to point that gun at Lauren and pull the trigger twice, and then to turn it on Rob and pull the trigger again. Now, I imagine some of you are probably wondering about that pink and black handgun, and it's obviously an unusual description for a handgun. So you probably have some questions about where that handgun came from. Why did the defendant have it? And I hope and expect that during the course of the trial, you're going to find that out. There's another woman who owned horses at the defendant's farm, and her name is Ruth Cox. And Ruth Cox is a resident of North Carolina. You're going to hear how she owned horses with the defendant, she owned horses with his girlfriend, Mary Haskins, and how she would travel north to New Jersey every couple of weeks to check on the horses. She would travel south to Florida during the winter months to check on the horses. She would go to horse shows and see how the horse was competing. And you'll hear how she got here to New Jersey, to the farm, on about August 2nd, so several days before the shooting incident. I expect you'll hear that at some point between then and the day of the shooting, she was alone with the defendant in the stables, and he asked her for her gun, which was a pink and black 9mm handgun. I expect you'll hear that she gave him that handgun, that it was in the case, that it was unloaded, and that she gave him that handgun and didn't see it again until after the shooting happened. I also expect you'll hear that Ruth Cox was charged with a crime as a result of that she was charged with unlawful transfer of a firearm. So that brings me back to August 7th, the day of the shooting. What led to the shooting on that day at that time? If things were so bad between these people, why did the shooting happen on August 7th? Well, I expect you'll hear that a caseworker from the Division of Child and Permanency and Protection, sometimes called DCP&P or DIFUS or Child Services, came to the farm in that early afternoon as a result of the complaint that had been made to Safe Sport. I expect you'll hear that the caseworker pulled down that long driveway, that she pulled into that parking lot, and the very first person that she met outside the clubhouse or the stable was the defendant. She didn't tell him anything about why she was there, just that she needed to speak with Mary Haskins, the defendant's girlfriend. That's because the defendant's girlfriend, Mary Haskins, had 2 children who would occasionally live at the farm or come stay at the farm if they were on a break from school or something else. The caseworker, Mary Haskins, then went into the office that I described, inside of that clubhouse. And they were meeting in there, and I expect you'll hear that the defendant came in and interrupted them. First once, then a second time, and the third time he interrupted them, he told the 2 women that he needed the office, that they needed to continue their conversation in another part of the property. And so they left the office and left him alone in that office. That office is where the defendant's gun safe was. And I expect you'll hear that after the shooting, when the police were investigating and to search the property, on the top shelf of that safe, they found a black and pink gun case, the same gun case that Ruth Cox had given the gun to the defendant in. I expect you'll also hear that on the shelf below it, there was an open box of 9mm ammunition that was also open with a number of bullets missing. So after the caseworker and Mary Haskins left the office and the defendant was alone in the office, it was shortly after that he got into his car in the parking lot. He drove that truck up over the rise on the driveway and pulled into that parking lot behind the farmhouse, where he knew that Lauren and Rob were. I expect the evidence will show that Rob first spoke with the defendant while Rob was standing on the porch, and that there's a large bush next to the doorway area, such that Rob really couldn't see anything from below the defendant's chest or so. And that he, the defendant, said words something to the effect of, "How do we end this without a war?" I expect you'll hear that Lauren then came out of the house, or Lauren was walking down the steps of the porch, and that's when the defendant pulled out the gun and shot her twice, puncturing her lung, causing massive internal bleeding, life-threatening injuries that she was fortunate enough to survive. And that's why this is an attempted murder case. You'll hear that Rob was able to subdue the defendant and hold him on the ground until the police got there, because Lauren was able to call 911 after she'd been shot. Again, there are many details that I'm leaving out. This is just a rough sketch of what I expect you'll hear during the trial, but hopefully it gives you an idea of what to expect over the next couple of weeks. The last thing I want to mention before I sit down is the law. Hearing the evidence, hearing the facts would mean nothing to you if you didn't have law to apply it to. And I'm imagining that the way that this case will move and progress is going to dictate what law the judge gives you at the end of the trial. But I can tell you about two parts of the law that are interconnected that I virtually guarantee that the judge will tell you at the end of the trial. I have to say, if I say anything different from what the judge tells you at the end of the trial, as you know, he's the judge of the law. He gives you the law. It doesn't come from me. It doesn't come from Mr. Belinkis. It doesn't come from any witness who may testify. The law only comes from the judge. But I think it's important to highlight these two parts of the law now, so you have an idea of what to expect as you're hearing that testimony and hearing that evidence. The first thing is that the burden of proving the defendant guilty of those crimes, attempted murder and possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, that rests on the state. You recall Mr. Bennett and I introduced ourselves to you during jury selection last week. That is our burden to prove. That burden to prove him guilty will never shift to the defense. It's a heavy burden, as the judge said, beyond a reasonable doubt, but it doesn't mean beyond every doubt. What I expect Mr. Bennett and I will do over the course of the next days and weeks is call witnesses and present you with evidence that will leave you firmly convinced that the defendant committed these crimes. Evidence that you can rely on to make your verdict without any passion, any sympathy, any prejudice, any of those things the judge mentioned, that your verdict will be based on the evidence that we produce. The second part of the law that I want to mention is connected to that. And that's about the two charges that the defendant is on trial for. Now, there are two victims, so there's two counts of each of these charges. But the first charge, possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, means that his possession, the defendant's possession of that pink and black 9mm handgun on August 7th was unlawful because he had an intention to use it or a purpose to use it unlawfully against Rob or against Lauren in shooting him. The other charge, attempted murder, requires Mr. Bennett and I to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant took a substantial step to cause their deaths. Now, if you remember back to jury selection last week, and I know for some of you that was a full week ago, some people mentioned that they like to watch crime procedurals on TV. Some people like the dramatization, some people like the true life, the documentaries. But the one thing that everyone acknowledged was that the law on TV is not the same as it is in real life. And certainly the law can change and be different from state to state. So that's why Judge Taylor will give you the law at the end of the trial that applies here in New Jersey. I mention that because some of you may have had a preconception or a notion that murder or attempted murder requires evidence of planning or preparation or premeditation. But a person can commit even the most terrible crime under the influence of an impulse that impacts their restraint, that causes them to ignore that restraint, that may ordinarily stop them or prevent them from committing a crime, from committing murder. But in that moment of emotion, in that moment of impulse, they ignore the ability to tell the difference between right and wrong. They ignore the ability to understand what they're doing and commit that act anyway. And so even though it may not have been an act that was preconceived or premeditated or planned out in great detail long before that, the person can still act with purpose. The last thing I want to mention about the law is connected to that as well. And that's that I expect the judge will tell you that you can infer a defendant's purpose was to take a life, was to kill, if that person used a deadly weapon, a handgun. Now again, in this case, you'll be instructed a handgun is a deadly weapon. And I expect you to hear evidence that the defendant did use that deadly weapon against Lauren and against Rob. And so you can use that alone to infer that his intent was to cause death. I expect the evidence to show that on August 7th of 2019, the defendant was angry. He was furious, he was frustrated, he was upset. He was angry with Lauren and he was angry with Rob. He knew what he was doing when he went into that safe. He knew what he was doing when he loaded bullets into the gun. He knew what he was doing when he left the clubhouse, drove down that driveway, and pulled into the parking lot to confront them. And he most certainly knew what he was doing was wrong when he pointed the gun at them and tried to kill them. I'm sure that I'll have more to say at the end of the trial. I want to thank everyone for your attention this morning. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And at the end of the trial, Mr. Bennett and I will ask you to find the defendant guilty of attempted murder and guilty of possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Shellhorn.
Guilty of attempted murder and guilty of possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Shellhorn. I will turn now to the defense opening.
Help. I'm in fear of my life. Help. I fear for my life. Someone, anyone, please help me. I'm in fear of my life. Those are the cries for help from Michael Barisone. Those cries fell on deaf ears. My name is Edward Belinkis. At counsel table, Christopher Deininger and I are charged with representing Michael Barisone. An awesome responsibility. Stop and think for a second of the magnitude. Presume, as the law requires, demands that my client is innocent. If I get a little emotional, excited, I raise my voice, I mean no disrespect. I am the only thing standing between this man and a wrongful conviction. Me and the truth. I have his life in my hands. I accept that responsibility. On August 7th, 2019, Lauren Kanarek was shot twice. A third bullet was discharged. Fortunately, it didn't hit anyone. Thank God she survived, is riding again and living a normal life. It's a tragedy that Lauren Kanarek was shot on that day. That said, there is another tragedy, a tragedy that will be played out in this courtroom. The tragic story of Michael Barisone. An Olympic athlete, a world-class dressage trainer, a man who on the outside appeared strong, confident, in total control, but what the evidence will show, a much different picture. A man who had a horrible childhood, was physically abused by his mother, sexually molested by a neighbor over and over and over again. A man who left home to get away from all of that and found solitude, security in the equestrian community. A man who worked his way up to the top of the ladder, the top of his field, but behind the scenes was struggling with anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, even delusions. You'll learn that for over a 20-year period prior to the shooting, he was seeing a therapist on and off. As the prosecutor said, he's now charged with 4 crimes. As the judge instructed you, the indictment is not evidence. And what brings this case before you? It's a vehicle to allow us to come up here and argue this case. That grand jury only heard one side, which I submit is going to be a lot different what all of you will hear in this courtroom. Defense wasn't there to question or challenge the state's case. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that the prosecutor's case is flawed. You will learn that they did little or no evidence with regards to what actually happened on August 7th. Worst off, they ignored what transpired prior to the shooting and are now trying to fill in the blanks after the fact. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that the prosecutor's only evidence will come from the testimony of the 2 alleged victims. 2 people who have lied over and over and over again, left things out, and changed their story. Their words, after you hear the whole truth, will cast doubt on what happened, who attacked who, and who is the person that's responsible for this tragedy. It's the prosecutor's position that my client had a few problems with Lauren Kanarek and her boyfriend. No big deal. Got angry, just drove down to the house and shot both of them. Shot her and shot at the boyfriend. That's not what the evidence is going to show. The fact will lead you to a far different conclusion. What the prosecutor didn't tell you, what this case is really about, it's about Lauren Kanarek, her father and her boyfriend, devising a plan to destroy this man and drive him crazy. It's about the most devious attempt to destroy another human being that you will ever hear. It's about Lauren Kanarek falsely accusing Michael Barisone of all sorts of misdeeds, criminal conduct even, and even the sexual abuse of his girlfriend's small child. And the whole time, ladies and gentlemen, the whole time she's doing this, knowing how her personal attacks were adversely affecting this man and getting pleasure, amusement, even thinking it was funny at him deteriorating. Every man, woman has a breaking point. Some people are stronger than others. That, ladies and gentlemen, is really what this case is about. So there's no misunderstanding what my defense is. I'm not going to leave anything out in this opening statement. My client is not guilty. At the time of the shooting, my client feared for his life. He was suffering from a mental disease and did not know what he was doing was wrong. That concept of purposefulness that the prosecutor talked about. Under the law, our society recognizes that some people may be bad and some people may be sick. The law recognizes that a hostile act may result from some infirmity or sickness of the mind which an individual did not design. It is society's judgment, which is recognized by our law, the law that all of you have been sworn to protect, that a forbidden act should not be punished criminally unless done with a knowledge of wrongdoing. It's important that all of you know at this point, and the judge will instruct you as to the law at the end of the case, but it's important that you know that if a person is found not guilty by reason of insanity, that person will be not freed or indefinitely committed to a mental institution. The court will hold hearings, make determinations that provide for that individual, but also provide to protect the public. Let's look at the evidence. Michael Barisone owned 2 stables, one in New Jersey, one in Florida. Lauren Kanarek and her father make a deal to board and train their horses at Michael Barisone's company. Barisone agrees to train Kanarek and her horses, and also, and this becomes important, agrees to give her living accommodations. At first, things go all right. Then a problem develops between Kanarek, Barisone, and his girlfriend, Mary Haskins Gray. Now, I'm sure Lauren Kanarek is going to take that stand and give her side of the story and try to blame other people for whatever issues arose. However, you will see Lauren Kanarek's social media posts that will tell the real story, the scary story. You will learn that Kanarek becomes obsessed with Mary Haskins and blames her for all her shortcomings. She believes that Mary Haskins, his girlfriend, is trying to destroy her life, her livelihood, and her riding career. You'll learn that she starts causing problems at the stables. She starts bad-mouthing Barisone, Mary Haskins, and the staff members. She starts posting on social media for the world to see disparaging remarks, attacking them and their business. You'll learn that she tells people, which Barisone sees on these posts, that he abuses and neglects horses. In the equestrian community, that is a death knell, obviously. That he's a deadbeat. He doesn't pay his bills. She even calls him a criminal and accuses him of insurance fraud. And then she starts alleging on social media that she has been bullied and that her life has been threatened. And you'll learn that all these things are false. They never happened. Because of those attacks, Michael Barisone starts looking into Lauren Kanarek and her boyfriend. They call numerous people in the business. And the equestrian community is a small, close-knit community. She's told various things about Goodwin and Kanarek. He's giving names of people. Him and Mary Haskins call these people and talk to them. You will see the true Lauren Kanarek in these posts, and you will see why Michael Barisone becomes afraid of her. What the evidence will show is that at some point, as early as 2018, she's told if she doesn't like it here, to leave. You don't like the way you train, you don't like this, you don't like that, leave. She refuses. You'll see at some point she starts ramping up her social media attacks, starts posting threatening things on Facebook. you'll learn that Michael Barisone, his girlfriend, and other staff members start pulling up her Facebook posts and looking about what she's posting. They see postings of her talking incessantly about guns, carrying guns, sleeping with a 9mm under her pillow. They see posts of her saying that she's being bullied by a 6'3" man and that she's afraid of this person. She talks incessantly about going to war. It's time. War is inevitable. She said things like, weapons hot. After Barisone sees these posts, he contacts the father. And basically he says, this can't go on. She has to leave. It's important to note at this point, when all these crazy things are going on, when all these posts, threatening posts, are occurring, she is living above Michael Barisone in his house in an upper apartment with her boyfriend. The evidence will show that once these posts are pulled up, everybody is digging into Lauren Kanarek's Facebook post. You'll find, or they find, Michael Barisone finds a post where Lauren Kanarek threatened to kill both her and Mary Haskins and destroy his business. You'll see the post. Although she uses metaphors, it will be clear who she's talking about and what her intentions are. You will learn that after Michael Barisone sees this post, he flees his own home, his castle. He takes his family, the girlfriend, and a small child, and leaves that farmhouse and flees to the stable area. He is now sleeping on a couch, living out of a suitcase in the club area. There'll be evidence to clearly indicate that Michael Barisone is afraid. He's scared. You'll see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that on July 31st, he hires a private security. You'll learn that they ran a background check and gave it to Barisone. That same night, on July 31st, approximately a week before the shooting, Barisone, his girlfriend, and other people are up at the stable area. And numerous people hear Lauren Kanarek screaming that she is going to destroy everything in Mary Haskins' life, everything she loves and holds dear. Upon hearing that threat, Michael Barisone calls 911. Washington Township responds. He says, I am in fear of my life with this woman. The police do nothing. Barisone tries to show him the paperwork, the background check that he got, the threatening post. It's a civil matter. They do nothing. The next day, August 1st, Barisone starts calling people to get help. He calls the general counsel, who he knows, of the United States Equestrian Federation. He calls the CEO of the United States Equestrian Federation, the agency the prosecutor talked about. He calls a police officer who's a friend of his and telling them what's going on. You'll learn on that day, August 1st, Lauren Kanarek comes to the stables. She comes after hours, after the stables are closed. And again, she's now coming after hours to the stables, which have become Michael Barisone's last refuge of safety. She's told to leave by the owner of the property. She refuses, she flips out. Michael Barisone calls 911 again for the second time. They come, Washington Township. I am in fear of my life. Nothing. What's interesting on that day, August 1st, is that Washington Township calls the Morris County Prosecutor's Office and talk about what's going on. And after that discussion, the police officer tells both Barisone and Lauren Kanarek, Mr. Barisone, you can't restrict her movement on your farm. She could come and go whenever, wherever she wants. You'll learn that they gave Lauren Kanarek free reign of the property, including his now residence. Michael Barisone is so afraid. He has no idea what to do, how to protect himself. He hires a private security guard and pays him $100 a night to sit in front of the stables with his truck pointed towards the farmhouse where Kanarek and her boyfriend are living, to guard them. You'll learn that Barisone is not sleeping at this point. He's walking the property at all hours of the night, trying to protect his family, the people who work there, the horses. You'll learn he is so afraid. On the next day, August 2nd, 5 days before the shooting, he and Mary Haskins send her son home, 11-year-old son. They send him back to the father because they're concerned about his safety. You learn that Barisone's trying to get some evidence or something to convince the police that Kanarek should not be there. You learn on that night, he checks their trash and finds Suboxone, empties Suboxone packages in Kanarek's trash. Suboxone is a drug used by heroin addicts. You'll learn on the next day, August 3rd, Kanarek is still posting crazy things after she has been told to leave. You'll learn at that point, around August 3rd, Michael Barisone has a feeling or thinks he's being recorded. Private conversations that he's having with his girlfriend and other people at the stable start being posted or texted or used in conversation. You'll learn that on that day, Lauren Kanarek posts a post and basically says, I have multiple personalities and I am not responsible for my actions. Barisone sees that post. He calls 911 again, a third time. I am in fear of my life. He also tells the police that he thinks he's being recorded. They do nothing. What they do, unbeknownst to Michael Barisone, is that they go and talk to Lauren Kanarek. And what will become important when you're judging someone's credibility is that on that day, Lauren Kanarek tells the police that she's recorded Barisone and the staff. The police do nothing. They conduct no investigation, and worst of all, they don't go and tell Michael Barisone, this woman's recording your private conversations. They just leave the property. On the 4th, 3 days before the shooting, Kanarek is posting crazy texts to Michael Barisone. After she's told to leave, she's texting him that she's going to send people that he doesn't know onto his property, into his stable to ride her horses. She also says she's going to put elderly people or infants in his house. He doesn't know what to do. He calls his lawyer. The lawyer says, if anyone comes on the property, you need releases. On that day, Kanarek comes to the stable again. Barisone tells her, you must sign a release. She flips out, makes threatening remarks. Barisone calls the police, 911, again, for the 4th time. I am in fear of my life. Again, the police do nothing. On August 5th, Kanarek is posting texting things using the exact words that Michael Barisone and others used in private conversations. He hires a debugging company. He has no idea where this is coming from, how she's recording him. He pays that debugging company $5,000 to come in and sweep the areas. They don't find anything. But you'll see a post where Lauren Kanarek boasts about putting the devices where no one can find them. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that with regards to Barisone thinking in his mind that his private conversations were being recorded, that Lauren Kanarek, her father, and the boyfriend were secretly recording numerous conversations. We have over 70 private conversations that they recorded in the residence, the stable, the club area which became his residence, and even his private office. What's worse, not only is Kanarek illegally recording Michael Barisone, she starts using those recordings to taunt him, to push him over the edge. She's posting for everyone to see private conversations. You'll see in one of those postings that Barisone saw that she says she thinks it's funny watching them scurry around trying to have a conversation. Well, that's not all. For that day, Michael Barisone has his lawyer send Kanarek a letter, a 3-page letter, laying everything out, saying, get out. Because Barisone knew that his lawyer had sent that letter, he was concerned for his safety. He personally went to the Washington Township Police Department with stacks of papers and whatever evidence he had accumulated at this point to try to plead with them for help. He doesn't even get into the back. 3 officers come out and basically say, get out of here. You know, we've been to your house. We've told you we can't do anything here. And they push him out of the office. They don't look at anything. On the 6th, the day before the shooting, Kanarek, after she gets that letter to get out, ramps up her attacks even further. she posts a 3-page post falsely accusing Barisone and Haskins of various untrue things. She even puts in those posts for everyone to see the private conversation on that day, the 6th, the day before the shooting, after the letter on the 5th. Kanarek is served with a formal eviction notice. You'll learn that things get even worse for Barisone. You'll learn that Kanarek and Goodwin filed a complaint with the town saying that Barisone was doing construction in the house and stable with no permits, and they made an allegation that both locations were unsafe to habitate. What you'll also learn is that Lauren Kanarek's boyfriend, the one who made the complaint with Kanarek, was the one doing the work. You'll learn that on the 6th, the town comes to Barisone's stable in New Jersey. They kick him out of his last place of refuge. He is now sleeping on a mattress outside on a porch in front of the stables. He is now virtually homeless. You'll learn the whole time the town was there, and they came in mass. Fire protection, health department, building. Robert Goodwin was there pointing out everything to make sure Barisone would get kicked out of the residence. You'll see how upset Barisone was. And Goodwin saw how upset Barisone was. At one point when the town is there, after he's been kicked out of his stable area and is living on the front porch, Robert Goodwin, when their backs are turned to him, takes his finger, makes it in the shape of a gun, pulls the trigger, and mouths the word to Michael Barisone, "Get ready." You learn that even that wasn't enough for them. Lauren Kanarek wasn't even satisfied with that type of destructive behavior. You'll learn on the day of the shooting, August 7th, she posts another threatening post. She's talking and telling the world that she has eyes and ears in places that can't ever be detected. She talks about having fun watching them. You'll learn that on the morning of the shooting, Robert Goodwin, the boyfriend, and the blacksmith have a problem, an argument. The blacksmith doesn't want to shoe their horses anymore because of what's going on at the stables. You'll learn that he blames Michael Barisone and makes a threat. There's going to be consequences. The day after he uses the finger gesture. That statement was relayed to Barisone. It's not over yet. There'll be more evidence. And you will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Lauren Kanarek set in motion the final, what I call the coup de grace. She did the worst thing any human being could do to another human being. She falsely accused him of sexual misconduct with his girlfriend's son. As the prosecutor said, on the 7th, DCPP Dyfus shows up and confronts both Barisone and Haskins. He's really not supposed to tell anybody anything with regards to their investigation, but you will have evidence that Barisone was made aware of the allegations of sexual abuse. You'll learn at that point, after all that he had gone through and suffered, he starts to have a complete mental breakdown. You'll learn that from that point, he has no memory of what happened. Everything went black. Now, what the evidence will show is that Michael Barisone got into his truck, drove to the farmhouse. He's described, and the prosecutor said in his opening, angry, furious. This is how Robert Goodwin described him. Calm, sorrowful. Sorrowful. Not angry, not furious. According to Goodwin, Michael Barisone says, can't we work this out? I don't want to go to war. It's important that you know he uses the word that Kanarek continually taunted him with. At which point, again, according to Goodwin, Goodwin says it's past that, talk to your attorney. Now this is what happened, what the evidence will show. Robert Goodwin turns his back, walks away. Lauren Kanarek then walks past Goodwin to confront Michael Barisone. They say Michael Barisone just fired 2 shots at her chest and 1 at Goodwin. What the evidence will show is that Michael Barisone was severely beaten by both Goodwin and Kanarek. You'll see pictures of the horrific beating that this man took. Neither of them mentioned in the original statement that Kanarek was involved in this beating. Neither of them mentioned that they had sicked their vicious dog on Michael Barisone. You'll see various bite marks over Barisone's body, including one vicious bite to the inner groin area.
Mr. Shellhorn, we're ready to proceed. Call your next witness.
Judge, the state would call Dr. Mark Whitman.
All right, Dr. Whitman.
You'll learn when the police arrived. The Washington Township Police, the same people that had been there 4 times previously. You'll learn when the police arrived.
Hi, Doctor. Good afternoon. Please remain standing for a moment. You can place your left hand on the Bible if you would.
No idea.
Raise your right hand, and my court clerk will administer an oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony given to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth?
You will learn, ladies and gentlemen.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Mark Whitman,
That when the police
W-I-D-M-A-N.
arrived there, they see
All right, doctor, have a seat. Please keep your voice up nice and loud.
beating the hell out of them.
If you don't understand a question posed by counsel, please indicate that. I'll have them rephrase.
The gun is on the
All right, very
ground.
good. Mr. Shellhorn.
They're
Thank you.
rolling around.
Good afternoon, doctor. Can you please tell the jury where you work?
I work
You
at
will
Morristown
hear
Medical Center.
Goodwin's voice.
And approximately how long did you work there?
And
A
although
little over 20 years.
What's your
claim that
capacity there? What's your job?
I'm an attending surgeon in chest surgery, thoracic surgery.
Can you tell the jury what thoracic surgery is?
It's surgery of the chest.
Can you tell the jury briefly about your educational background?
I went to college at Duke University. I went to medical school at Yale. Did several years of research and general surgery residency at Yale, and then went to the University of Iowa, where I was trained as a chest surgery specialist. Then went into practice for 2 years in the Brunswick area, then came back to Morristown after that.
Do you have any medical licenses?
I do. New Jersey, I think, is my only active one at this point.
And are you board certified?
I am in chest surgery, thoracic surgery.
I want to direct your attention to August 7th, 2019. Were you working at Morristown Hospital that afternoon?
I was.
Can you explain what your role was that afternoon?
I believe I was finishing my operative schedule, and I received a phone call from the head of the trauma group that they had problems with a patient who was in the emergency room and they needed my emergency help.
Did you at that point go to the emergency room to assist with that patient?
I did. I went there within a minute of the phone call. I was just down the hall and knew in advance that they were having trouble with somebody who was bleeding after reportedly a gunshot wound, and the patient was unstable. So I went right there.
Did you know who the patient was at that time?
I did not know their name or sex when I got the phone call. And
did you come to later learn at some point, whether after the surgery or before, that was an individual named Lauren Kanarek?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe for the jury what your initial observations of Ms. Kanarek were when you encountered her?
The patient had very low blood pressure, was hypotensive, had bled probably about half of her blood volume prior to my arrival. The trauma service had been resuscitating her. They relayed to me that her heart had already stopped once and that had come back. She had significant amounts of ongoing bleeding already documented there in the emergency room. And within, I don't know how many minutes, but not very long, we were transporting her emergently to the operating room to stabilize and then stop any bleeding.
Did you see any evidence of resuscitative measures?
The trauma service had already been doing something, so they had intravenous catheters in her. She had been on a ventilator, so she was being supported for her breathing. I think she had 2 chest tubes in, one on the right side and one on the left to evacuate any blood. And they had attempted but not proceeded with fully opening her chest, trying to make sure that they could try to clamp her aorta, which is a way to raise somebody's blood pressure when they're bleeding out. And they had not yet succeeded in that. So she had an incision on her chest, but they had not gone into the chest cavity, as far as I could tell.
Based on your training, education, and experience, did you determine whether surgery was necessary?
Yeah, she needed to go immediately to an operating room. When I was there, and we were there maybe a minute or two. I don't think it was even that long. It was just enough to get the equipment with her transported, and we went in straight away.
Was she taken to the operating room? When she was taken to the operating room, were you with her?
I believe I was at her bedside as we went down the hall.
Who else was present at the time of the surgery?
There was an attending anesthesiologist, or at least 1 or 2 other members of the anesthesia team helping them. There was at least 1, if not 2 members of the trauma service. I think 1 or ultimately both of my partners came in, as well as surgical residents and multitude of nurses and support team.
Did you participate in that surgery?
I did.
And can you tell the jury briefly what you recall about the procedures that were conducted?
First thing we did was position her on her side so we could get into the chest cavity and get control of any active bleeding points, and also what we call clamping her aorta, which is putting literally a metal clamp across the big blood vessel that comes out of the heart, in order to stop any blood flow to other parts of her body so we could raise the blood pressure to her head and to her heart to keep her alive. And that was our first maneuver while we were giving her blood products and trying to stabilize her before we did much of anything else other than putting pressure on the bleeding points in and around her chest cavity and her lung. So we made a big incision, we opened her chest, spread it wide, put the clamp on her aorta, and then started giving her blood products until she got a better resuscitation.
After you had done that, did you see any evidence of damage inside her chest?
She had 2 sites of injury to the lung itself, one from the upper part of the lung, that's the upper lobe, and another appeared to be a penetrating injury to the lower lobe, both of which were raw and blowing air, because that's what happens when you have a slice injury or a penetrating trauma to the lung.
What procedure did you perform to address that issue?
We stapled using a mechanical device that sort of seals some of the injuries, and then we oversewed some of the other ones. We ensured that there was no active bleeding from any other sites, and ultimately, once we had her blood pressure stabilized, removed that clamp, watched her for probably a good 30 to 45 minutes just to make sure there wasn't some delayed bleeding from some other site of injury, and put drainage tubes in the chest. As we were finishing up and getting ready to close things, It was apparent, and I wasn't aware of this, but she had an injury to what ultimately was obvious was a breast implant, so we had to remove that as well. That had occurred before I'd gotten there. I wasn't aware she had breast implants or didn't have breast implants. I didn't examine that other than to see it as part of the wound from the previous injuries that she had sustained. So we removed that and put a drain in that space and closed things up.
With respect to the two injuries you indicated to the upper lung and the lower lung, would those injuries have been fatal if not treated during the course of surgery?
Yes.
After you got finished with the procedure that you just talked about, did you perform any other procedures?
I did not do anything further that day, but the trauma service did do another procedure afterwards. She was having difficulty ventilating, getting air and oxygen exchanged in her lungs, so they had to make an incision along the length of her abdomen just to allow space for her bowel, which had gotten very swollen, to move into that so she could adequately exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide. So they did that, and then subsequently they left an open dressing over that, a special system that allows her to not be quite as tight so they could safely ventilate her, and then she went to the ICU after that.
And I don't know if this is typical of every surgery or this surgery in particular, but did you do anything before you closed the wounds or closed the incisions to check inside Ms. Kanarek's body?
Well, whenever we do an operation, in particular in this case, we re-inspect to see if there's any foreign bodies, either surgical devices and or instruments or sponges. And we did inspect to see if there were, as this was reportedly a gunshot wound, whether there were any bullets or missiles, and we did not find anything. And we did an x-ray as well, and that did not determine any unexplained objects.
Do you recall if you saw any external injuries that would be consistent with what you saw inside of Ms. Kanarek's body?
I think I had identified two injuries to the upper left chest, kind of above the breast area, and at least one on the back behind sort of what's called her scapula or wing bone, so more posteriorly.
You had indicated that you needed to make an incision in order to conduct your surgery, and I think you had Ms. Kanarek positioned on her side?
Yes.
Can you describe approximately where the incision began and approximately how far it went?
More or less started under the breast, pretty medial, not quite in the midline, and went all the way around to the back, probably at least, I would think, 12 or 16 inches, and curved up posteriorly.
And I think you maybe indicated that before you became involved, there was also other evidence of medical intervention at other parts of her body?
Yeah, I think the trauma service had tried to open the chest, even in the trauma bay, and then had put some very loose sutures to close that. They weren't successful getting in there, and that's when they probably had called for help.
Was that the extent of your participation in Ms. Kanarek's treatment that day on August 7th, 2019?
I believe it was, yeah.
Were you involved in any of her post-operative treatment?
We monitored with the trauma service, who was primarily managing her other conditions, watching the drains, and were collaborative with them in terms of when to get the tubes out. I think about a week after the procedure, I did a procedure called a bronchoscopy to suction mucus out of her left lung in order to expedite her recovery and help her get off the ventilator. Because she was on a ventilator probably for, I have to check the count, I think it was about 8 or 10 days. And then she subsequently improved, and the breathing tube was removed, and she recovered.
Did you have any, or participate in any treatment of Ms. Kanarek after she was discharged from the hospital?
I think she saw me back in the office twice, early on, and then kind of a more delayed follow-up visit just to ensure she had recovered. She didn't have any ongoing chest surgery needs, and she was from North Carolina, I believe, and she had indicated she was returning there for ongoing care and recovery.
Do you recall approximately when she was discharged from the hospital?
I'd have to check the chart to get the exact dates. I don't remember if it was 10 days or 14 days after the injury. It might have been a little longer. I just don't remember.
Judge, could I have permission for a breakout room to show the doctor what's been marked as S85?
Sure. Doctor, those records should appear on a computer screen in front of you once the screen is shared.
Doctor, did those records come up in front of you?
Not yet.
And I know you can't scroll through those on your own, doctor, so.
I mean, I'm seeing part of some sort of record here, but.
I believe you have page 251 in front of you in the top right. Does that refresh your recollection of the
Oh, it
date of
says the
discharge?
date of discharge. So she came in on the 7th and she was discharged on the 26th. So it's 19 days.
Thank you. Judge, no further questions.
Mr. Blinkus, any cross-examination?
Your Honor, we have a cross-examination.
Very good. All right, doctor, thank you very much for coming to court. Appreciate it. You're free to go. Mr. Shellhorn, please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Robert Goodwin.
All right, Mr. Robert Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin? Judge, while we're waiting for him to come in.
Yes,
I believe
Mr.
any of the
Shellhorn.
photos that I intend to use with this witness are already in evidence except S403.
Just remain standing for 1 second, sir.
I don't believe there's an objection to that exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. What's the number?
403.
All right, and it's a photograph, Mr. Shellhorn?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, Mr. Goodwin, can you just place your left hand on that Bible, please? Raise your right hand. My court clerk is now going to administer an oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Robert Goodwin, Goodwin.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goodwin, you can have a seat. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. That microphone in front of you, it simply records. It doesn't amplify your voice for the in the court. If you don't understand a question, just indicate you don't understand, and I'll have counsel rephrase. And if you hear anyone say objection during a question or testimony, just stop answering until the court deals with the objection. Okay? Very good. Mr. Shellhorn, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Goodwin. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them how old you are?
How you doing? I'm Robert Goodwin. I'm 45 years old.
Where do you currently live?
Right now I live in Florida.
Do you know Michael Barisone?
I do.
Do you see him in court today?
I do.
Could you identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
White shirt, blue tie.
ladies identified my client.
Identifying the defendant, Mr. Barisone.
Mr. Goodwin, do you have any equestrian background?
I do not.
Have you ever ridden a horse?
I have.
What's the extent of your involvement in the equestrian community?
Well, you know, I'm there to support Lauren. I do enjoy animals. I love the horses, and I ride occasionally.
When you say Lauren, who are you referring to?
Lauren Kanarek.
And who is she to you?
She's my girlfriend.
When you say you support her, have you observed her riding horses and competing in various equestrian fields?
Unfortunately, many times.
Now, during 2018 and 2019, do you know who Lauren's coach was?
That would be Michael Barisone.
You said you currently live in Florida. Have you ever lived in New Jersey?
I have. Grew up in New Jersey.
Grew up in New Jersey? Have you ever lived in New Jersey as an adult?
Yes.
When you lived in New Jersey as an adult, and I'm going to specifically direct your attention to the summer of 2018 and the summer of 2019, where did you live?
411 West Mill Drive, Long Valley.
What was there?
That was the Michael's farm.
Did you live there with anybody?
I lived with Lauren Kanarek.
Now, you indicated you know Michael Barisone and you knew him to be Lauren's trainer in 2018 and 2019. At the times that you said that you were living at the farm in Long Valley, was Lauren training at those farms, at the farm?
Yes.
Did she have any horses boarded there?
Throughout times, different numbers, but yes.
Do you remember when you first met Michael Barisone?
I believe it was the December 2017.
And do you remember where you first met him?
We came down to his farm in Loxahatchee, Florida.
What was the reason for going to the Loxahatchee farm?
At the time, Lauren was training with a North Carolina trainer who was, was coming down to train with either Michael or Veer. I'm not sure which one, but Lauren came down and we trained with him for a month.
Now, you just mentioned the name Vera. Who's Vera?
Vera is Michael's ex-wife.
When you first met the defendant, Michael Barisone, were you aware of him by either reputation or background?
No, I've never heard of it.
Over time, did you become aware of his reputation or his background?
Yes.
What did you come to find out about him?
Meaning?
What did you come to find out about him and his involvement in the equestrian community?
He was a very, well-regarded trainer. He was just been to the Olympics, coached some Olympians.
I think you indicated when Lauren first went there to Florida, she was training with another trainer at another farm in North Carolina?
That's correct.
What made her decide to change and go to Florida?
So, towards the end of our stay when we were about to go home, Michael approached Lauren and said,
Objection.
The defendant's statement, Judge.
Yeah, what's the objection?
Was he there?
Yes.
He was there. All right. It's withdrawn. Go ahead. You want to repeat the question?
I'll put some context. Were you present at the time that the defendant had a conversation with Lauren?
I was.
And that was in Florida?
Correct.
In general, what was the context to that conversation?
That we should come train with him. North Carolina is where dressage dreams go to die. We'll get your... it was 2-3 years ago, so can't remember exactly, but it just come with me. I'll make you a better rider. Do the things you want to do.
Now, how would you describe Michael Barisone physically at the time that you met him in Florida?
He's a large guy, a lot of personality. Intimidating stature.
Do you know how tall he was?
6'3", 6'4".
And how tall are you?
5'8".
Now, you indicated that you met him at the farm in Florida. Do you know whether that was his farm?
Yes. When we first went down there, we trained on his farm, but we were at another farm, which I believe was his brother-in-law's.
But at some point, did you come to find out that he owned a farm in Florida?
Yeah, like I said, we trained on his property. It's the only one with the arena and the ring.
Now, after Lauren decided to go and train with Michael Barisone, where did she train during the years of 2018 and 2019? That's right. There's water. There's water.
Yeah, there's water there if you need it. That's fresh.
Yes. Yeah, can you?
Yes, it is. It's fresh water. Yeah, just be careful.
Don't pour it over your table.
Yeah, it rushes out sometimes. Just be careful.
My question was, during 2018 and 2019, when Lauren decided to train with Michael Barisone, where did she do that training?
So we trained. We started out in Florida and through the winter months, and then through the rest of the year, 9 months of the year, it was in Long Valley, New Jersey.
Let me draw your attention to the summer of 2018, the first summer that you lived in Long Valley. Where did you live?
Summer of 2018. So we lived in the middle floor of the Long Valley farmhouse.
And do you recall where you lived, what floor of the farmhouse you lived on?
The middle floor. So it was 3 floors, I guess, the second floor.
Did anyone else live in the farm at that time?
The working students lived on the first floor, which was basement. We lived on the second floor, me and Lauren, and Justin Harden lived on the third floor.
What else do you remember about the property of 411 West Mill Road in terms of what other features or landmarks do you remember being on the property?
A pond, a few barns, a lot of green fields, grassy fields. We got a nice garage.
Do you know approximately how far it is from the farmhouse to the barn or the stable?
A quarter mile, give or take.
And how do you get from the farmhouse to the barn or stable?
We drive, walk.
Is there a driveway, a roadway?
Yeah, sorry, there's a driveway.
Now, you indicated that when you lived there in 2018, you lived there with Lauren?
Correct.
Did you have any pets there with you?
Yes, we had, yeah.
What kind of pets?
2 dogs.
And I'm going to show you what's been moved into evidence as S403. What's S403 a picture of?
It's a picture of my dog Rosie on a leash.
And how big is Rosie? Approximately.
25 pounds, 25 pounds.
Was she about the same size in August of 2019?
She's been the same size since she was full grown.
How old is she now?
6 to 7, maybe.
Did you live in a separate or a different part of the house in the summer of 2019 when you came back north?
Yes, at that point we moved up to the 3rd floor apartment.
Who was living there during the first summer you were there?
Justin Harding, the trainer.
Do you have any personal knowledge of why you moved from the first level of the house to the second level?
Yes, when we were in Florida, There was a pipe that burst, and I guess the pipe froze, and then went on, thawed, it burst and flooded the whole apartment. The pipe was in the ceiling of the second floor.
So did that have any effect on the first floor? Well, what I'll call the main floor. Did it have any effect on the main floor of the house?
Yes, it flooded the main floor, and the water settled in the basement.
As a result of that, was the first floor of the house, meaning the basement floor, what you called the first floor, was that livable or habitable?
The basement floor was pretty much gutted.
How about the main floor of the house?
The main floor was semi-gutted. Some rooms had heavy damage, and some didn't.
And then what about that second floor apartment or upstairs apartment?
Pretty much untouched, because like I said, what I mean to say is it came from the floor of the floor of that apartment.
Now let me ask you, I just want to ask you some questions about Lauren's horses. Did you ever help her take care of the horses?
All done.
Do you remember how many horses were at the property in August of 2019?
2019, we had 4 horses.
And do you have any awareness of how much Michael Barisone was being paid on a monthly basis for boarding and training those horses?
Yeah, so the 2 horses we originally came with were $2,500 per horse. The third one Lauren bought from Michael, and then the fourth one was in trade for some work I've been doing at the farm.
I'm going to ask you that question in just a few minutes. During the time that Lauren was training with Michael Barisone, were there any other trainers that worked with her besides Michael?
Oh, yeah, yes. Michael's staff. Justin Harding was the main trainer.
If I didn't ask you this question specifically, what did you do to help out with the horses?
Well, anything from getting them ready, medical, spending time with them.
Did any of the horses?
Overall.
Did any of the horses have any medical issues?
Symphony, our old mare.
Symphony, the old mare. And what was your understanding of the medical issue with Symphony?
She got a chronic cellulitis, which means it's chronic flare-ups, and the way to take care of that is to wrap it and keep the edema out of the leg.
Did you ever do that wrapping?
Almost every night.
And how many times a day did you have to do that wrapping?
So I wrapped once, and then 12 hours later I'd take it off.
And was there a specific time of day that you typically would try and do that?
Usually before I went to bed, and then when I got up in the morning.
Now, you had just indicated that you were doing some work at the property.
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what kind of work you were doing at the property?
Michael had a nice farm. It was a very nice farm. I guess he wanted to just update it and make it look more impressive. We did some steel, outdoor steel siding for the ceilings and the walls. Some new lighting. Updated some things. He was updating the arena. The wood in the arena. Just wanted it to look more presentable, so when people came in, gave that wow factor. Olympic coach, Olympic facility. Just dress it up, I guess, a little bit.
And were you able to help out with that?
Yes.
What was the general nature of your agreement for doing some of that work?
The general nature was, we were supposed to bring, I guess, Symphony, and we had another horse in overseas. They were supposed to come a little earlier, but the general nature was to work off board and training for those other 2 horses, which ended up coming a lot later than we thought.
Did you also do some work at the farmhouse?
I did in the when we got back that year.
And what was the general nature of the work you did in the farmhouse?
Well, like I said, it was flooded, and that needed to be taken care of at that point. Michael and Mary Haskins wanted to move in there, and Mary Haskins has the kids, so they wanted to make it. They wanted to make those 2 floors. Good house for Michael, Mary Haskins, and the kids.
I'm going to show you some photos that I believe are already in evidence. What is S220 a picture of?
That is the main floor of the house looking out.
And where does that door that's open through there, where does that open towards?
So that goes right to the back patio and the back driveway.
And the walls what room of the house is this?
So this is the kitchen, and then through that first door, I guess, is a foyer or mud room.
So is this the floor that you lived in the first summer you lived there in 2018?
That is correct.
Did the wall look like that when you were there in 2018?
It did not. Actually, right above the picture is where the leak started from.
I'm going to draw your attention to the next photo, which is S222 in evidence. Is this another picture of the kitchen?
It is.
And on the wall and the ceiling on the right side of the picture, can you tell the jury what that is?
I'm sorry, the wall and the ceiling.
So sort of above the stove and to the right of the stove. Is that how the wall looked when you lived there in the summer of 2018?
Oh, no. I mean, that's from the water damage.
Were you there when any of the water damage was being cleaned up or remediated?
No.
Is this how the house looked generally, the condition of it when you got back in 2019?
Pretty much.
I'm going to show you a picture S224. What's S224 a picture of?
That is the dining room of the main floor apartment.
And again, is that wall consistent with your understanding of some of the damage that was done?
Some of the damage that was done, yes.
What's S227 a picture of?
That is the basement.
And is this how the basement looked when you moved there in the summer of 2018, the first summer you lived there?
No.
What's different?
Wall around the furnace. That was pretty much open to the. There's a lot different.
I mean, I guess is it fair to say?
Mainly that it's under construction.
And was it finished during the summer of 2018, the first summer you were there?
Yes, it was livable.
The makeshift workbench there in the middle with the tools and various other materials on it, were those things that you were using to do your work?
Yeah, I must have been painting doors at that point.
And is S228 just another picture of the basement and some of your tools?
That is. That's where the old kitchen used to be for me.
S229, another picture of the basement?
That's that was the bathroom before it was flooded. Or, well, after it was flooded.
What's S225 a picture of?
It was one of the bedrooms.
And did it look like this when you got back to New Jersey in 2019?
It did not look like the rest of the basement. No sheetrock. Well, it might have been half wall sheetrock. Doors are new. Floor is new.
And is some of that work that you were doing at the property?
That's correct.
During the summer of 2019?
That's correct.
I think the last picture of the basement is S226. Is that a picture of another room?
Picture of the other room.
Did you do any work in this room?
Tiles, doors, base molding. Built a wall for the walk-in closet. replace sheetrock, insulation.
Now, I think you also had indicated to the jury that you were doing some work up at the barn.
Sure, that's the corrugated steel up there in the ceiling.
And I'm just going to refer, so the record is clear, you're looking at S318. The picture is S318 in the bottom right corner.
Yes.
And so you said that there's some corrugated steel on the ceiling?
Yep.
Can you tell the jury what area of the picture you're looking at?
Sure, right above the green barn doors is the new work, and actually the wall on the right, if you look at the ceiling there, that's the old barn ceiling.
So did you put up corrugated steel like that throughout the parts of the barn?
Framing, some electrical wires. Apparently I trimmed out that door. It looks like new trim there. And the corrugated steel.
So just so I'm clear, when you got back the summer of 2019, the root ceiling in the barn or the stable looked the way it did on the right side of the picture?
When we got back in 2019, no. This work was done in the, I guess, summer of 2018. Yeah, summer 2018.
Okay, so you did this work the first summer you were there?
Yeah, when we came back, the apartment was flooded, and I did some work in the barn, after that, but most of the work was done in the house when we got back for 2019.
So going back then to the first summer you got there, did the ceiling mostly look like it does on the right side of the picture?
It did, that is correct.
And then you put up that corrugated steel on, at least you had started putting it up on other parts of the ceiling?
Yeah, insulation too.
And there's on the right-hand side of the picture, it looks like there's a loop or a wire hanging down there.
Yep.
Were you doing any electrical work?
I did. I think Michael wanted to run some fans, stall it above the horses' stalls. Wanted to put chandeliers in the barn. New LED lighting throughout the barn.
And you were doing some of that work?
That's correct.
Direct your attention to S324. What section of the barn is this?
This is the lockers. The main entrance, pretty much, I guess, when you come in through the barn.
Well, and what's through that white door straight ahead?
That's the clubhouse.
The corrugated steel ceiling, did you do that?
Me, Michael, and Mike McGran, we've all rotated.
And are any of those tools or materials that are on the floor there, is any of that anything that you were working with at that time?
It depends when the picture was taken. But it could be an array of my tools, Michael's tools. I'm not too sure. I'll tell you, that's Michael's saw right there. Michael's levels.
Now, in terms of direction, who made the decisions about what was going to be done?
Michael had full control over everything.
So did he tell you what to do?
He did.
In terms of living at the farm for several summers, including, I guess, in Florida as well, and being around Michael Barisone, what were your observations of his personality?
He had a very bold, loud personality, alpha male. Funny, personal, sometimes angry.
What kind of a sense of humor did he have?
So I mean, he not my type.
What's that mean?
Off-color jokes, borderline racist, sexist.
Now, at some point during the time that you were living and working on the property, did things socially and professionally fall apart between yourself and Lauren and Michael Barisone?
Yes.
And what was the culmination of those things falling apart?
I would have to say the day Michael drove the truck down and tried to murder us.
Now, before I ask you questions about that, do you own any guns?
I do not know.
Does Lauren own any guns?
She does.
Do you know how many guns she owns?
She owns one handgun.
And where did she, let me ask you, has she ever had that gun in New Jersey to your knowledge?
No.
Do you know where she leaves the gun?
Our house in North Carolina.
Now, during the time that you were living and training at the defendant's farms in Florida and New Jersey, did you keep a residence or keep a house or something of that nature in North Carolina?
We did. We kept our residence.
Have you ever used drugs in the past?
I have.
What drugs?
You know, I had a drug problem pretty much my whole adult life. I had anything I could do to get out of my anxiety and personality and all that stuff I would do.
Are you sober now?
I am.
How long have you been sober?
Quite a few years. I've relapsed a few times throughout the years, but good majority of 7 years maybe.
Did you ever use any illegal drugs at the time you were living on Michael Barisone's farm?
On the farm, no.
Were you ever under the influence of any illegal drugs when you were around people from the farm?
No.
Now let me take you back to August 7th of 2019. Is that the day that you recall just indicating that Michael Barisone tried to kill you?
It is.
Where did that happen?
It happened on the back patio.
Behind the house on the property?
Correct, which is the main entrance. So cool.
Now, when we talk about, or when you're referring to things falling apart, that might be my words. Can you describe in August of 2019 some of what was going on from your observations with issues about you or Lauren being at the barn?
From the best I gather, it was becoming a tense situation. Not too sure.
When you say it was a tense situation, did anything change about when you were allowed to be at the barn?
Yeah, I think we set a time limit for when we could come to the barn and wrap Symphony's legs.
Did that time limit exist when Symphony first got to the farm?
No.
How did you feel when you would go up to the barn and interact with people, meaning either the defendant or other staff?
More specifically?
Did you know the defendant's girlfriend?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Mary Haskins.
Mary Haskins Gray?
Yeah.
Did she live at the farm at any point when you did?
She did.
Do you recall where she lived?
I guess when we first came down there, she lived in the barn with Michael, in the upstairs apartments in the barn. And when we came back in the summer of 2019, they moved into the construction house.
So when you say when you first came there, and they lived in the barn, do you mean summer of 2018?
Yeah.
And then it was the summer of 2019. You said she was living with Michael Barisone on like the main level of the house.
Yes.
And is that at the time where you were living with Lauren upstairs on the second level or the apartment?
That's correct.
So in August of 2019 in particular, just for a reference point, did you ever go up to the barn to do things up there, whether it be work or take care of the horses or something else, where people dealt with you a different way than they had before?
By August 7th, I mean, because during that week of August, I mean, communication broke down. It seemed to be just very tense. You know, I didn't want to go up there very much.
What was different?
Uncomfortable.
Did you observe any issues between your girlfriend Lauren and Mary Haskins, for example?
Specifically, I wasn't caught up with the day-to-day things with them.
Did you ever make any direct threats of violence to Michael Barisone?
Never.
Did you ever make any threatening gestures or motions to Michael Barisone?
Never.
Now, in August of 2019, at some point, did you have any cameras at the farmhouse?
I did.
Can you tell the jury approximately when you remember getting those cameras?
2 days before the shooting, and it was because the situation was so tense at the time. We were going to a show the next week, and I installed them for that reason only.
Did you read the instruction manual for those cameras when you got them?
Wasn't quite what I was expecting, no.
In other words, were you familiar with all the buttons and bells and whistles?
Wasn't familiar with how it worked.
At some point, can you tell the jury, did you install the cameras?
I did install them.
Were they inside the house and outside the house?
That is correct.
And at some point, did something happen with those that you changed the settings?
Yeah, like I said, obviously I didn't know, that day was going to be anything special. I was upstairs doing laundry. I had one camera in my house in the hallway. And every time I walked past it, I would get a notification on my phone and it would go bing, 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 bing. And with blink cameras, they record for up to a minute, and then they shut off for 10 seconds to a minute before it can record again. It's mainly a motion-activated camera system that, just like the name, it's a blink or a snapshot in time. It's not a constant 24-hour surveillance system. It's almost like a, if you're not familiar with it, with a Ring. Ring doorbell camera or something like that. It notifies when there's motion and sends you a little clip of the motion.
And because of, like you said, when you were doing laundry and the bing, 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 what did you do?
I turned the cameras off.
Did you have a paid subscription or anything extra with the system?
No, you get free storage.
At some point, are you aware whether Michael Barisone and Mary Haskins Gray moved out of that farmhouse in either July or August of 2019?
Yeah, about a week prior.
A week prior to the shooting?
August 7th, yes.
Do you know where they went?
Moved back up to the farm.
Now, you indicated the first summer you were there, Justin Harden, the assistant trainer, was staying in the second floor of the farmhouse?
The third floor, top floor, yeah.
Third floor. You were staying there during the summer of 2019?
Correct.
Do you know where Justin Harden was living at that time?
Justin Harden moved up to the barn, too.
Where were the working students living?
At the time, actually, I guess before we left, Michael was building a bunch of apartments over there. I mean, it was the end goal to put all the working students at the farm, and not to have them at the house.
During that, what we'll call that week, so call it August 1st to August 7th. During that week or so, are you aware whether the police were ever at the property?
On a daily basis, almost.
And if you could just keep your voice up, just to make sure everyone hears you.
Yes.
Did you say on a daily basis?
I did.
Did the police ever come and talk to you or talk to Lauren?
Every time they came.
Did you call the police on all those occasions?
I did not.
At some point, did you become aware that Michael Barisone wanted you to leave the property, didn't want you to live there anymore?
Yeah, I mean, he was making life difficult at the farm for us to want to stay.
Is there a reason that you didn't just leave?
One, I think there was, prior to that week, I think there was, hopes trying to salvage the relationship. A lot tied up between, Michael and myself, Lauren, like all of us were tied up in some sort of thing. And, ultimately, we would try to work something out.
Now, do you remember, how would you describe, I think you said tense and uncomfortable are two ways you would describe things?
Yes.
Did there come a point in August where you made a report to the Washington Township Building or Construction or Health Department?
That's correct.
What was the nature of that?
The nature of it was, with all the tension, I think we were up there doing Symphony's leg, and Cassandra was in the laundry room. She started the dryer, and she told Ruth that, hey, can you keep an eye on this washer? I'm going upstairs. I forget, she said she was going to bed, but it was pretty late. Said, this dryer's not shutting off. Can you keep an eye on it and make sure it turns off? So that was a concern. I said something to her. She laughed at me and ignored me. So, at that point, all communication is broken down. You've got a potential fire hazard. And, at that point, I was, sick of everything that was going on. And I think we've come to terms that, Michael has made it too hard to live there.
Did you, how did you make that report to the Washington Township, what I'll just call the health department? How did you make the report?
I think I dictated to Lauren. She wrote it down, and then I brought the hand delivered it to the building department, health department, whatever it was.
Do you remember what day you delivered that?
I believe it was August 5th.
And are you aware whether or not the township sent out various people to inspect that day or the next day?
I think the very next day they came with a team.
Did you interact with them at all?
The team of people?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Now on Wednesday, August 7th, do you remember what you were doing that morning, generally?
Probably the regular, I think, breakfast, maybe took the wraps off, and then came back to the house and was doing laundry.
When you say take the wraps off, would that be Symphony's wraps?
Correct.
Was that up at the stable?
Yes.
Did you see Michael Barisone at all that morning?
I do not recall. I don't think so.
Remember what you were doing around 2 o'clock that afternoon?
I do.
What was that?
I was upstairs folding my laundry.
And is that on the third floor of the house or the upstairs you were talking about?
Yep.
Do you know where Lauren was?
She was downstairs on the patio. She had a love seat there that she sat in pretty much all the time.
Do you remember having a phone call with anyone that afternoon?
I believe I was on the phone with our attorney, Edward David.
What was the reason for having an attorney?
Like I said, I think I think we ultimately wanted to try to work out the relationship with Michael and the horses. But then there needed to be I guess we were trying to work that out, and also try to figure out what we were going to do about the deal of work for training the horses.
mean, I guess, are you indicating, were you aware whether Michael had an attorney?
Michael did have an attorney.
And did you and Lauren know that?
Yeah, I can't remember how far in advance, but
At some point, did you meet with the attorney you just talked about, Ed David?
I did.
So that afternoon, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you were having a phone call with Ed David. Where were you having that phone call?
Upstairs in the apartment.
And at some point, did anything happen that caused you to go downstairs or outside?
Sure, Lauren came up the stairs and told me Michael was here.
Did you see how he got there?
I did not.
Where did you go after she said that he was there?
I came down, she wanted me to talk to him.
And where did you go?
I walked down the stairs and out the back door, which is the front door, entering onto the patio.
When you come through that door, what's on the inside of that door? What's
This
in
is
that
the laundry
room?
room.
And when you come through that door, what's right outside the door?
The back porch, or back porch.
How many steps is that porch, approximately?
I think one step coming out of the house, and you got the little, 3x3 patio, and then 3 more steps going down to the patio.
If you come out that door, did you see Michael Barisone?
I did.
Where did you see him?
I was hiding behind a bush on the patio.
Which side of the patio, or which side
To the
of
right of the door.
Which side of the steps is the bush?
To the right.
And he was behind that bush?
He was.
So he would have been to your right?
Yes.
How would you describe the way he looked?
Pretty normal.
Were you still holding the phone at that point?
Right as I came down the stairs, I handed off the phone to Lauren.
Had you hung up the phone, or do you remember if the phone was still connected?
No, I mean, because it was our attorney, and
So no, you hadn't hung it up?
No, I hadn't hung it up. It was either useful that he was on the phone at the time.
Did you see whether there were any vehicles in the driveway?
Michael's truck. I think I had 2 vehicles and a trailer in the driveway.
And what kind of vehicle did you know Michael Barisone drove?
I just bought a Dodge Ram 3500.
What color was it?
Silver.
Did you see if anyone else was in that vehicle or near that vehicle?
No.
When you said that Michael Barisone was hiding behind the bush, approximately how much of his body could you see?
It's maybe the chest up, maybe shoulders up.
And you said that you recall him to be about how tall?
6'3", 6'4".
Could you see his hands?
I only saw his hands when he put his arms in the air.
If his hands were at his side, could you see his hands? Could you see his waist?
No.
Could you see his pockets?
No.
Were you holding or carrying anything in your hands?
I was not. I handed off the phone to Lauren before I came out there.
And you said you stepped out onto the porch?
Stepped out onto the porch.
Did you say anything to him, or did he say anything to you?
I looked over to him, and like I said, I thought the position of where he was standing was very, very weird. When I came out, he looked over at me and said, "How do we fix this? I don't want a war," and showed me his hands and threw them up in the air. And that's what Michael said.
Were those his exact words, or is that
Pretty much, yes.
And just let me finish the questions before you answer. That's all right. That's all right. I just don't want to talk over you. Do you remember if those were his exact words, or if it was like generally paraphrased what he said?
I believe those are the exact words I remember.
Did you say anything in response to him?
I said, "You're the one who brought the attorney into it, so I'll have the attorneys talk it over."
Could you see if he was holding a phone?
I couldn't see anything but his shoulders and his head at that point.
Did you see where Lauren was at that point?
Lauren was behind me. She was either in the doorway or I think she was standing right behind me on the patio.
Were you able to see whether she was holding or carrying anything besides the phone?
No. I mean, she may have had her phone on her, but I didn't see anything.
After he said something to the effect of, how can we end this? And you said the lawyers were involved to let them handle it. What did you see next?
Lauren said, I'll go talk to him, and walked down the stairs and walked over to Michael.
Did you see how close she got to him?
I guess she just got around the bush, and within 4 feet. That's when Michael raised up the gun and shot her twice.
Did you see him hold up the gun?
I did see him hold up the gun.
Did you see what the gun looked like?
I don't remember at that time if I remember what the gun looked like, but I did see the gun in his hands, and I did see him shoot Lauren.
When he raised the gun up in his hand, was it above the top of that bush that you were talking about?
Yeah, he kind of stepped out towards her as well.
Do you remember how many times he shot?
Shot at her twice.
Do you remember if you saw the bullets hit her?
No.
Can you describe when you saw the defendant holding up the gun and shooting, what did you see, or what do you remember hearing, or what was your emotion?
There's a lot in that question, Mr. Shellhorn.
I'll break it down.
Break it down, please.
When you saw Michael Barisone hold up the gun and shoot Lauren, do you remember specifically what you heard?
I heard the gunshots.
And do you remember specifically how you felt at that moment?
I was just kind of frozen in amazement.
How far away were you approximately from Michael Barisone at the time that he shot Lauren in front of you?
About 12 feet.
Do you remember what Lauren did after she got shot?
She turned around and ran away.
And which direction did she run in?
Ran away. She ran towards the opposite direction of Michael.
So would that be towards that side yard, that grass yard?
Yeah, towards the pond.
Were you watching her at that point, watching Michael, or watching something else?
Just watching Michael.
Did you see specifically where she went or what she did?
No. She just ran over to the side.
So after Michael shot Lauren twice, what did you, and you said you were watching him, what did you see him do next?
Well, she turned and ran. And he ran, it looked like he was chasing after her, but then he pointed the gun at me and fired a shot at me.
Now, where about was he when he fired that shot at you? In the same place or a different place?
Probably half the distance at that point. Like I said, he took a step when he shot at Lauren, and when Lauren ran and he ran, he probably took like 3 or 4 steps. So he was, kind of by the gravel of the driveway coming around that bush when he shot at me.
Where were you standing when he shot at you?
I was standing on the patio. Oh, no, I'm sorry, on the porch, top of the porch.
Did you see him shoot, hear him shoot, or something else?
I saw him lift up the gun and shoot.
Do you see where how did you know that he shot the gun?
Well, when he was bringing the gun up, I think I had my hand on the door, and we took the shot. I dove inside the house. Glass, the tempered glass, shot around the room. So we hit the window. Wasn't sure if I was hit.
You didn't get shot, did you?
No.
After you saw or heard the glass shattering around the window, what did you do next?
I think at that point, I realized what was going on. Realized Lauren was outside. Michael was outside with a gun, shooting at us. So, I got up and went to go charge outside.
What did you see when you got up and went to go charge back outside?
Michael Barisone running inside the house
And so would that means he was coming up those stairs towards you?
He was coming for me, yes.
Were you able to see the gun at that point?
I think I surprised him coming out, so I didn't see the gun in his hand as he was running up the stairs, and I was, worried for my life.
What did you do?
I had about 1 second to make a decision, and the decision was he was running up. I was in the house, and I pretty much had to leap and punch him.
Do you know approximately, had he gotten onto the steps yet or not?
He was coming up, and I think, he may have just got on the his first step onto the porch when I made contact with him.
When you said that you punched him, do you remember which hand you punched him with?
Punched him with my right hand.
What happened after you punched him?
I think I dazed him a little bit. He kind of stood there a little bit. My hand was in complete agony and pain. I think I might have swung at him again. Michael, then turned around, and I didn't know if he was going to chase after Lauren, but as soon as he gave me his back, I took advantage of it.
And what did you do?
Threw him in a chokehold.
And what happened when you put him in the chokehold?
He passed out very quickly.
When he passed out, what happened to his body?
We fell onto the concrete in front of the stairs.
Were you laying on top of him, next to him, or standing, or something else?
I was on top of him.
Did you keep him in the chokehold?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Were you watching Lauren while this was going on between you and Mike?
Actually, I was going to go back there. So as he turned around and went to run away, I jumped on his. I threw my arm around his neck and I put him in the chokehold. And at that time, that's when I saw the gun come up again. And then Lauren, out of nowhere, came and grabbed his arm, and then he passed out and fell onto the concrete. Sorry.
So you said that the first time you picked the gun up and he shot Lauren, you didn't really take note of the gun and the way it looked?
No.
But you just said that after you punched him and got him into the chokehold, his arm came up with the gun?
His arm came up.
And did you have a chance to take note, or do you remember what the gun looked like at that moment?
I did. I remember seeing pink on the gun.
Do you remember what the state of the gun looked like, or what the...
So I'm not very familiar with guns, so it looked like it was jammed at that point. That's what I thought. I thought at that point when he came up, when I first saw it come up, I thought he was coming to shoot me. And then when I saw the barrel and the slide kick back, I wasn't that concerned about it. But
now you said that at that point, that's when you first noticed the gun. You had him in a chokehold, and then that's the next time that you noticed Lauren.
That's correct.
And what did she do when you said that she came over?
Like I said, when that arm came up, she came to. She couldn't help me out.
When you said that you put Michael into a chokehold, and you said that he sort of lost consciousness or fell down, do you remember where Lauren was at that point?
Sorry, you got to repeat the question.
Sorry. When you said you had Michael in a chokehold and he fell to the ground, and I think you said that you were on top of him. Did you see where Lauren was at that point?
Yeah, I don't know if we all fell over or what, but Lauren was pretty much almost on her knees right next to where we fell. So I don't know if we took her down with us.
Did you become aware at some point that Lauren had called 911?
Yeah, I think I was holding Michael down, and I told Lauren to call 911.
And did you end up speaking on the 911 call at some point?
I think at some point I realized that Michael actually shot her when I saw the bullet holes through the back of her shirt. And that was sometime during the 911 call when I noticed, everything that was going on.
What position was she in when you noticed that you saw the bullet holes?
She was kind of on her knees or on her butt. She was kind of sitting up like this.
Do you remember when the police got there?
They did.
What do you remember seeing when the first police officer or officers arrived?
Cop came out with his gun drawn and came over to where me, Michael, and Lauren were all huddled up.
Did you say anything to the police officer?
I think he asked where the shooter is, and I said he's right here, pointing to Michael, who was underneath me.
Did you know where the gun was at that point?
It was underneath him.
After the police officer came over with the gun drawn and you indicated that Michael was the shooter, what did you do next?
So he had me get off Michael. He had the gun trained on Michael. My dog got out during the incident. After I jumped through the door, my dog came out, so she was out there, and she I guess bit at the officer's leg, and the officer pointed his gun at her, and I said, "Please don't shoot my dog." And I tried to grab my dog.
Was that your dog Rosie?
My dog Rosie.
Did Rosie bite you at all during the scuffle?
Probably many times.
What did you do with Rosie?
When I got a hold of her, I walked up the porch, threw her inside, and closed the door.
And then where did you go?
Then I went out into the driveway. I forget if the second officer was there by then, and I was handcuffed and watched the rest of the scene unfold.
After you got handcuffed, what area were you in?
I was in the gravel driveway.
Rob, I'm going to show you S345. What's that a picture of?
It's the bush Michael was hiding behind.
And can you describe for the jury the general area where Michael was standing when you came out the door?
Sure. So that chair, that chair to the left on the house, that was typically my seating area. That was in between the table and the house. So that was pulled out, and Michael was standing right there behind that bush to the left, right there at the house. And I think it's about chest height, right there. That little roof where all the bags are on, that's about chest height. My chest.
Your chest. So was he standing between that little roof and the table behind the bush?
Yes. Like I said, where that chair used to be. Well.
When he shot Lauren, you said that she had taken a couple of steps down and had come off the porch.
That's correct.
Do you see the approximate area where she was, or where you thought you saw her when Michael shot her?
Yes, to the right of the table, you see the white speck? The white speck on the concrete?
And I think there's a pointer there, so we could try that.
So there is the white speck. She was probably maybe in between that white speck there and maybe, another step around.
Can you just clarify, Your Honor, with the jury whether they were able to see that?
Yes, members of the jury, were you able to see that? All right. Jury members, everyone? All right, everyone's nodding their head.
After you got handcuffed, did you get, or do you remember if you got any medical treatment at the scene?
You look at my hand.
And when you got handcuffed, do you see the approximate area where you were in this picture?
Probably just on the outside of, to the right, maybe over here, or maybe just in the picture, but somewhere over in this area over here.
So over in the direction of that gravel pile?
Yes.
Do you remember where you went after you were at the scene?
I went to the, straight to the police station.
How did you get there?
Police escort in the backseat of a police car.
Did they interview you there?
They did.
Do you remember what the weather was like that afternoon when you were leaving the property?
I think before I pulled out and the police car started to rain.
And what do you remember about how heavy or light the rain was?
At that point, I think it was very light. I think maybe, it got a little heavier as we pulled out and started driving to the police station.
After you were done at the police station, did they take pictures of you?
They did.
They collect your clothing?
I believe they took my shirt. I think they took my shirt and my pants.
And did you give them your phone?
I did.
Now, did you go to the hospital that night?
I went to the hospital to see if Lauren was alive.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have clarified that. Did you go to a different hospital to see Lauren that night? Were you treated?
What do you mean a different hospital?
Were you treated at the same hospital where Lauren was treated?
I don't know that. Hold on one second. I may have misheard. I thought he was treated at the scene and went to the police department.
I asked the question out of order, Your Honor. I'll clarify.
Just clarify that, please.
Did you end up going to the hospital yourself that night?
Again, could we clarify for him or to see Lauren?
I think it was, you're asking if he went to a hospital for treatment.
I just asked him that.
All right. Did you go to a hospital for treatment after you went to the police station?
I did not. I mean, I went to the hospital first to check on Lauren because I was in the police station for hours and I didn't know the status of Lauren. I didn't know if she was alive or dead. First thing I did was went to the hospital.
To check on Lauren?
To check on Lauren, make sure she was okay.
And at some point, did you go to the hospital to get checked out yourself?
Maybe, or very early next morning, I think I finally went to the hospital.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very good. It's just about 3 o'clock. We'll take our afternoon recess, stretch our legs, use the facilities if needed, and we'll reconvene in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Yes, we can walk to the Oh, you can step down. Just stay down at this end of the hallway, please. Thank you. Hold on one second. Yes. What was it, number 7?
Yes.
S402D and S402E. Those were Facebook records that I went through with Ms. Kanarek, and I have discussed that with your staff, and it's been added to the evidence list. But it was, the pages were not marked individually, so I marked
So it's
them.
C, D, and E?
C, D, and E.
All right.
C is page 814, D is page 968, and E is page 970.
And that's just for identification.
Just for identification, so the record is clear. Judge, the issue was with respect to a potential audio recording that there was a representation made, maybe attempted to bring in through this witness. So I just asked counsel outside that if there's a belief that that audio would be used for impeachment, that we could do that outside the presence of the jury, because it's my understanding there's no transcript. So rather than playing it where we could vet that out or have that decided outside the presence of the jury.
And then there's the issue of how we play it over the court's audio system. I don't think it's a share screen function, but I'm unclear from the...
What is it, you have it digitally on your computer?
I do, Your Honor, and I have a media player open, and it's the same media player that the prosecution was using when they played the 911 calls. So...
Do you have a copy of that audio clip on your system?
I know we turned it over. I don't believe we have it with us here.
Well, it's a clip anyway, so no. Do you know how your audio ties into the system using your media player?
I think we just open the media player and then click share screen once the...
All right, then that's
You
what
want to try it now? The witness is not here, so try it now, see if it works.
That sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Judge, while he's doing that, my discussions with the prosecutor are that it appears that likely that he'll close tomorrow, or he'll rest tomorrow.
I'll be close.
How many more witnesses do you think you have?
We have, I believe, 4 witnesses. One of them is crime scene detective who collected an item of evidence and entered it into evidence. We have a shooting reconstruction, ballistics officer, forensic examiner who examined the guns, as well as 2 witnesses who testified before Your Honor at the 104 hearing about statements that the defendant made.
So I don't...
Which I guess is actually 5, but...
So I don't anticipate lengthy crosses with these witnesses. So I'm hoping he'll rest tomorrow.
It doesn't sound like a morning rest, though.
No.
More like
I think if I rest, it will
afternoon.
be later in the afternoon.
Right, because we probably won't finish Mr. Goodwin this afternoon, so we'll finish up tomorrow morning with him and then your other witnesses, so it'll take us probably to the afternoon.
And again, Judge, I'm trying to, now in light of that, try to get all my witness ready for Monday morning. My only concern is my experts I had scheduled for the end of next week. I'll be calling them as soon as I get out of here, and things are moving a lot more quickly than anticipated. But if I can get my expert, I anticipate resting next week.
All right, I'm sure the jurors will be happy to hear that.
I'll check with my my expert today.
Yeah, find out, check and time frames moved up. It may be that second week, not the third week, most likely the second week. Mr. Belinkas, how many other witnesses might you call in addition to your experts? Just generally speaking, I'm not pinning you down.
In light of what's transpired, I'm trying to pare things down considerably. I believe I've excluded 3 or 4 major witnesses that I originally intended to call in light of what's gone on. But I'm thinking, maybe 12 to 15, but most of them, Judge, will be on and off. Like, for instance, the police officer is going to testify to one specific instance, and I'm done with that.
You mean the ones before the shooting?
Yes.
Yes, where they responded to the house.
Yep. So, again, I'm direct. All I'm going to ask them is specific questions with regards to what I want to address, not the entire thing like we did at the 104 hearing.
All right. Well, you can at least have them lined up for Monday morning.
Yeah, we are.
And then whenever the expert is available, you can call him. All right. Do you have that?
Attempt this.
All right, go ahead. Let's see if we can hear it.
It was playing and I didn't hear it. Is my screen being shared?
Yes.
I'll try it
You
again.
have your volume off.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that caused feedback last time. it was
Well, just
on.
try it.
Okay. I'll try it again.
Sure.
So that's my
That's not
speaker. Maybe-
that's not going to work.
Hold on, let me try volume, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right. No worries. We'll figure it out.
Now my speaker's off, my volume should still be able to come up. I mean, I think that's what we're trying to do. I don't hear anything coming through this.
Do you have the share audio button in Zoom?
Hang on. Stop.
Can you call someone from tech? Thank you.
Maybe that was it. It was a share screen instead of share audio. Hang on. I'll do advanced. Move the computer audio. Thank you, Mr. Shelley. Try it again.
So the system of the computer.
In and out. It's very obviously a common area.
That's good.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Shellhorn. The techie of the day.
All right. Ready to proceed?
Yes. Judge, are you going to address that issue with
Yes.
the jurors before cross-examination?
Yes. With juror number 7. My staff indicated that when the witness was using the laser pointer, I asked all the jurors if they saw, and I didn't see juror number 7. I saw the other jurors nod. The jurors in the gallery all nodded yes, but my staff told me that juror number 7 was shaking his head no. I just want to address it with him. And if he says no, you can call your witness back and just go over that once again so he can see it. Yes, we'll bring the jurors in now.
It's too high there. JD. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Bennett, do you have that photograph?
Sure, Ian brings?
All right, be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we were working on a slight technical issue during the break, but we have it figured out. One other matter was brought to my attention. During the testimony of Mr. Goodwin, he used a laser pointer up on one of the photographs. And at the break, I was informed by a member of my staff that juror number 7, you may have been shaking your head.
I didn't quite see the picture.
Okay, all right.
But I didn't want to.
No, I'm sorry I missed. I saw everyone else, and I saw the gallery was nodding their head yes, and I apologize for missing that, but my astute staff picked up on it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to have the witness brought in. I'm going to allow Mr. Shellhorn to briefly reopen his direct, ask that question again. The witness can shine it again, and hopefully you...
Yeah, that was the only part.
Okay, all right, thank you. And we'll do that, and just, you understand what we're going to do?
I was just going to clarify, Judge, was that with respect, if you could ask the juror if that was with respect to where Mr. Barisone was standing or where Ms. Kanarek was, or both?
It was where Mr. Barisone was standing.
Okay.
I'll clarify that.
Very good. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, officer. All right, yes, you can have a seat. Mr. Goodwin, there was an issue with one of the jurors seeing the screen when you used the laser, and I failed to pick up on it. My staff did, so I just spoke to the jurors. So Mr. Shellhorn is going to reopen his direct and just ask you that question again. So we're going to ask you if you can, after you hear the question, the photograph will be picked up, and then just shine the laser, okay? Just follow the question from Mr. Shellhorn. All right, go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's pull the picture up. Mr.
Judge,
Bennett, please, if
for
you
the
could.
record, we're displaying S345. Mr. Goodwin, do you remember looking at this picture a short while ago?
I do.
And do you remember I had asked you a question about the general or approximate area where Michael Barisone was standing?
I do.
At the time when you first saw him?
Sure.
Could you use that pointer and again try to indicate the approximate area where he was standing?
So this is the bush. This where Michael's feet would have been, completely concealed and covered behind this bush here. This back here is where I was standing.
Did you see that, Juror 7? Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
No further questions.
All right, so we'll have cross-examination now by counsel. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodwin. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the background here. You meet Barisone in 2018, correct?
Either beginning of 2018, end of 2017. I forgot what month we went down to Florida.
Okay, and you made reference to a clinic that Lauren was attending, correct?
I mean, I don't know if it was a clinic, but it was a training, month-long training thing.
Suffice it to say that after discussions between them, she agreed to come and train with Michael Barisone, correct?
That's correct.
Based on what you knew, would you agree with me that that was a huge step up from her previous trainer with regards to the experience and facility?
So we made the leap to change our lives and go up there and train with Michael.
Okay. Now, when you first went up there in 2018, how many horses did Lauren have at that time at that facility?
Referring to when we went to the Florida? When we first met Michael?
Yes. She had 2 horses, correct?
Yeah, I guess it was 2. I wasn't sure if it was just Evie. It might have been Evie and Fritz.
Okay, and then after the winter, you came up in 2018 to the New Jersey facility, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were living on the main floor of the farmhouse at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and your understanding of the deal was that Lauren would pay $25 per horse, $2,500, excuse me, $2,500 per horse to have those horses boarded there and trained. And there was also an additional benefit to you and Lauren that he would provide living accommodations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, who negotiated that deal? Was it Lauren or Lauren's father?
I'm not sure.
But as far as you're concerned, and correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't pay any additional rent for living accommodations, correct?
We wouldn't have went up there if we had to pay for it. It wouldn't have been feasible if we had to pay for rent anywhere, either on the farm or off the farm.
Okay. And were you working at the time?
I don't believe so. In New Jersey?
In New Jersey, when you came up here, you didn't have another.
No,
job.
when we came down to New Jersey, I was not working at the time.
Okay. And would you agree with me that when the living arrangement situation was made, you originally was not included in that deal, so to speak?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Were you aware that when the living arrangements were made for Lauren, that you were not originally included in that deal?
No, that is not true. Lauren would not have come down without me, or come up, sorry.
Okay, so you come up with Lauren. What is your job when you're up here in the summer of 2018?
Summer of 2018, I helped Lauren with the horses. Summer of 2018, yeah, I helped Lauren with the horses.
And what do you specifically mean by that? Is that like a 9 to 5 type job, or?
No, not at all.
What is
I get to spend time with horses and animals that I love. Get to spend time with Lauren, spend time with my dog. So,
Okay, were you getting paid to do that?
Was I getting paid?
Yes.
I guess so. Yeah, in a sense.
When you say you guess so, in a sense, was Lauren paying you money?
Lauren gave me money to pay my bills. That is correct.
So you're basically living for free in the farmhouse, correct? Correct.
What do you mean, basically? We were living in the house for free.
Okay.
I mean, not for free. I mean, if the horses weren't there for, the $5,000, no, we wouldn't be living in the farmhouse. But yeah, so.
Okay. So, were there some problems in 2018 with Lauren and the staff, to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
Did she always show up on time to her riding lessons?
I mean, no, I highly doubt anybody ever shows up everywhere on time. Okay. I don't understand the question.
Okay.
Is that a
Michael
question?
Barisone training her and her horses in the summer of 2018?
It was more Justin Harding was training. Michael was in the background and, gave tips and advice and, he was like overseeing and adding input along the way.
And that's basically pretty much what Lauren expected with regards to the arrangement that she made, correct?
Objection.
To your knowledge.
Well, it still calls for a hearsay answer.
Okay. So
Sustained. Ask another question.
In the very beginning, in 2018, in the summer, Justin Harding was training Lauren and her horses, with Michael Barisone overseeing the operation, correct?
That's correct.
And did Justin Harding continue to train throughout 2018 before you guys went back down to Florida?
So he did, and I see where this is going. So, Michael wanted to get to know the horses before he got on. So, if we're trying to get to, was Michael the planned trainer? Yes, he was. He was supposed to be eventually the main trainer of Lauren's horses.
after the summer, everybody goes to the facility in Florida because it's cold and snowy up here, correct?
In the winter, correct.
Okay. Now, when you went to Florida, did he provide living accommodations?
Well, in Florida, no.
Where did you guys stay?
We stayed in a rental.
Were you still paying the $2,500 that you were paying?
No, we paid more.
How much were you paying in Florida?
Oh, Florida's more expensive, so we paid $30,000 a horse, I believe.
And based on your knowledge, that's a common number per horse in these types of facilities, correct?
I don't know what other people charge.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor brought up your drug use. Will you agree that during the time that Lauren was being trained by Michael Barisone?
Judge, can we be heard at sidebar?
All right, the objection is overruled. I will allow limited questioning, Mr. Barisone, for the reasons stated at sidebar.
Mr. Goodwin, the prosecutor brought up your drug use. You indicated that you never did drugs at the facility, correct?
That is correct.
It is the fact that you were doing drugs during the time that you and Lauren Kanarek were using Barisone's facility off of the facility.
I did state I had a few relapses throughout that time.
So while Barisone was training Lauren Kanarek and you were living in his home, you had a few relapses, correct?
Right, but with the specification, not on the farm.
Not on the farm.
Michael Barisone or any of the staff
Just
never.
hold on. Just answer the question.
No
okay?
question.
The question was, off of the facility, while Lauren was being trained and you were living in Barisone's house, you were doing drugs, correct?
I had a relapse during that time.
And we're talking about crack.
Judge, I think this goes beyond the scope of what
Yeah,
you said was
no, but
permissible.
it's
I thought you said I could ask the
no, not the specifics. That's bad conduct of it. It was used only for impeachment or to clarify his earlier answers. That objection sustained.
Now, I'm going to move on. When you came back in 2019, there was a flood, and you saw the evidence of that, correct?
Correct.
And basically, the house needed a lot of renovations, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you came back up from Florida in 2019, Lauren decided to bring more horses to the facility to board and train, correct?
That's correct.
And an agreement was made with you that she would pay no more money to board and train those horses if you did a total and complete renovation of the house, correct?
No, that would be a very big deal. I mean, if I did the renovations, do I get to board and train for the rest of my life?
When you say for the rest of the life, you brought 2 additional horses up, correct?
We brought one. One she bought from Michael.
Correct.
And the other one was the retired one, which Michael was telling us for, a couple of months to bring up.
Okay. But she now had 3. She was talking about bringing a 4th, correct?
Yes, I talked about bringing a 4th.
And even a 5th, correct? Having a 5th horse.
I'm sorry. The third one was purchased from Michael.
Okay. Irrespective of where she got it from.
Well, she didn't bring it there is what I'm trying to say.
So, irrespective of where she got it from, she would basically be boarding up to 5 horses without paying for 3 of them, correct?
I was under the impression that the horse she purchased was free to live there for the rest of its life under
Again,
training.
you don't have any personal knowledge of that, correct?
Well,
But you're asking him, Mr. Blinkus. That's the problem. I don't know what the source of his knowledge is. Is it hearsay knowledge? Was he part of negotiations?
Okay.
You got to clarify this so we know the reliability.
Sorry, Judge.
Go ahead.
You weren't a part of those negotiations, correct?
Correct.
So you have no idea what deal was made, correct? Other than what someone else told you, correct?
With regards to the horses in Lauren, no.
Okay. So my point is, Lauren Kanarek had basically entered into an agreement where she was going to board 5 horses and only pay for 2, correct?
Well, they just said he wasn't part of the negotiations. How can he answer that question?
I'll withdraw that.
Just withdraw, move on.
Okay. You personally agreed to do construction work as a trade-off for whatever deal these people made, correct?
I had a conversation with Michael saying that because the water flooded the apartment and I was already working on the barn, that, we could trade work for the cost of the 2 additional horses, which would be Symphony and Rose. Trade the work for that, and if there was any extra work, that it would be paid in cash.
Okay, and when you say extra work paid in cash, the work you agreed to do was work on the farmhouse, correct, at that point?
Yeah, I mean, that was where the main focus was, yes.
Okay, and will you agree with me that at the time of the shooting, there's a hell of a lot of work that still needs to be done at that facility?
That's correct.
There's no insulation or sheetrock in the kitchen, which we saw in pictures, correct?
I was working in the basement at the time.
Okay, but the basement wasn't finished either, correct?
That is correct.
The bathroom wasn't completed that we saw in the picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there were 2 rooms that we saw that were tiled, correct?
I mean, if there's a lot more work than tile, but yes.
Okay.
There was 2 rooms that were tiled, finished, painted.
Okay.
2 rooms that.
You didn't do that tile work, did you?
Excuse me?
You didn't do the tile work in those 2 rooms, did you? Didn't Michael's friend do the tile work?
No.
Is it your sworn testimony?
Michael's friend helped. Actually, Michael's employee, Mike McGreen, helped.
Okay, Mike McGreen.
He is not. Gone. There.
Well, did Michael help?
Lay tile, no.
I mean, with other construction that was going on at the facility?
At the farmhouse or the barn?
First at the farmhouse.
At the farmhouse, no.
How about the barn?
At the barn, yes.
This Michael McGrane, what did he do in the basement area?
Michael helped me tile pretty much, some of the floor.
Was he a helper? Did he do an equal part? What was the role of each other?
He was a helper. When he had free time, he would come down and lend me a hand, my tools, my materials that I picked up. Okay. He would give me a hand. It's easier to do tile with 2 people.
And you didn't show up every day and work a full day with regards to this construction at the farmhouse, did you?
No, not at all.
You would show up when it was convenient for you, correct?
I would show up to do a slow, steady pace if I did, let's say, 28 days of work, and the horse is going to cost, for Symphony, the only one there at that time, $2,500. Do I want to get ahead of myself? No. So I did a controlled pace. Michael also had a problem paying for the materials, to have the materials there at points in time.
Okay, so you basically worked at a pace where you felt your work was commensurate with the amount of money Lauren would have to pay to house these horses, correct?
I did not say that.
Do you think you're way ahead of Michael Barisone with regards to the construction of the farmhouse?
I think we had a good relationship, and I just wanted to keep busy. I also like to work. Also, I did believe we were ahead, and there was a lot of work at this point, it's Symphony that's there. Symphony was there, I believe, for maybe 2 months or so. So, well, you say tile, sheetrock, insulation, framing of walls, rehanging of doors, painting, spackling. For one horse, 2 months, $2,500, $5,000. So I would say yes, I was ahead.
you're not a licensed contractor, are you?
I am not.
You're not even supposed to be doing construction in New Jersey without a license. Are you aware of that?
I know that.
I'm going to object.
And what's the relevance, Mr. Belinkis?
The value of his work as opposed to a license.
I think we've had enough of this area, Mr. Belinkis. Move on.
Well, you indicated what you thought Michael's personality was. You said bold, loud, funny, personable. And then you said sometimes angry. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Would that pretty much describe a lot of people?
I'm not sure.
And during the entire time that you saw Michael Barisone, you never saw him become violent, did you?
With people, no.
He never threatened you, or you never saw him threaten Lauren Kanarek at any point in time in the entire period of time that you knew him, correct?
I don't believe so.
Now, the prosecutor talked to you about certain time restrictions. When did Barisone's staff turn against Lauren Kanarek?
A couple weeks prior to the shooting.
Was Lauren Kanarek having problems with Justin Harden?
Yes, we were unhappy with the way training with Evie was going.
Did Lauren Kanarek have problems with Mary Haskins?
She didn't want Mary Haskins as a trainer.
She didn't like Mary Haskins at all, correct?
Did you ask her?
Well, based on your observations, was it obvious to you that there was a problem between Lauren Kanarek and Mary Haskins Gray?
I mean, I don't know if it was anything more than being catty.
Jealousy?
I have no clue.
Strike that. Were you aware that Lauren Kanarek was posting derogatory Facebook posts on the internet talking about Michael Barisone and Mary Haskins Gray?
I may have heard something along the way, but I couldn't state what it was.
And who did you hear this along the way from?
I don't remember.
Wasn't everybody talking about these posts at the facility the last 2 to 3 weeks prior to the incident?
I'm not sure. I could tell you that at least a week, maybe two. I don't think. No, about a week prior to the shooting, nobody really communicated with me at all.
And were you communicating with Lauren, like asking her what's going on, or why are these people acting this way?
I couldn't give you an accurate description over the last 2.5 years. I've heard, many different things. I can't tell you what our conversation was 2.5 years ago. So that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay. Well, you testified on direct that at some point in time there were time limits placed on when you can go to the stadium.
That's correct.
Okay. Those time limits were posted after Michael Barisone left his own home and was now living in the stable area, correct?
I do not recall the exact date of when those were posted. I know the police came up one day, and it's on record when we talked about it, but I think it was a little, maybe prior to that, a couple days.
Okay. You are aware that Michael Barisone left his house at some point, correct?
I am.
And do you have any idea why someone, or specifically he left his house?
I have many ideas, and one could be they didn't want to live in a construction zone. Two, they animosity between everybody. You know, I didn't ask them; they didn't tell me.
We saw the pictures of the main floor. Your apartment was right above that area, correct?
Yes.
And there was no insulation or sheetrock on the ceilings and numerous walls, correct?
I believe mainly in the kitchen, maybe the bathroom. I'm not 100%.
Okay.
But yes, there was no sheetrock on some of the wall section, ceiling section.
And would you agree with me that because of that, there wasn't any real soundproofing and that you could hear things between living areas?
I mean, if there was insulation and sheetrock, you could still hear things. Prior to the damage, we could hear things sometimes.
Okay, but after the damage, it got a lot worse. Would you agree?
I would imagine so, yes.
Did you and Lauren Kanarek have a lot of fights and yelling arguments while he was living below you?
I don't know what a lot is considered.
On a regular basis?
We argued. We argued a good deal.
Now, at some point, you decide to purchase cameras to try to protect yourself, correct?
I purchased camera because we were going to the show the next week.
And that's the only reason why
I wanted to protect my property, correct.
When you say your property, you want to protect the...
I wanted to make sure nobody was coming into my house.
Okay. And on the 6th, someone did come into your house, correct? Miss Cox?
If it was, Ms. Cox did come into my house at one day that week.
Okay. And that was captured on your cameras, correct?
That was, yes.
Okay, that was the day that the town came and did whatever they did, correct? The day that Miss Cox was bitten by your dog.
Oh, yes, actually, yes.
Okay. And you have your dog and Miss Cox on that video, correct?
Yes, I had Miss Cox in my apartment.
So on the 6th, those cameras were working, correct?
For one day, I believe.
And recording, correct?
Recorded, yes. I don't know if it recorded throughout the day.
Now, you also purchased other surveillance equipment, correct?
More specific?
Recorders, tape recorders, so you can record private conversations.
I did purchase digital recorders.
How many?
2.
When did you purchase them?
Somewhere around the beginning or the end of the, beginning of August, the end of the month prior.
How did you purchase them?
Purchased them online.
And at any point in time, did the prosecutor ask for that proof of purchase when he discussed this case with you?
I don't believe so.
Now, whose idea was it to purchase those recorders?
I don't recall.
Will you agree with me that they were purchased for a specific reason?
I mean, yes.
You had discussions with Lauren and her father with regards to putting a tape recorder in certain places to record conversations, correct?
I don't recall the specifics.
Well, who was in charge of these recorders? You or Lauren?
I was.
You were the one that physically put the recorders in whatever place they were in, correct?
In her locker at the barn.
Is it your sworn testimony that the only place you ever recorded a conversation was from Lauren's locker?
The only place I placed the device is Lauren's locker.
And where else did you record conversations?
In my house, my truck, in my pocket.
Did you ever place one by a dumpster?
No.
Did you ever record conversations by a rock where the staff members would go and sit?
I believe I just said the only place I placed one is in Lauren's locker.
So if I could play that audio.
Let me see that sidebar. We have a legal issue that we have to resolve, and it's close to 4:30, so this is one of those days you get to leave a little bit early today. All right, so we're going to stay. The lawyers and I will stay to resolve this issue, and we'll pick up again tomorrow morning. All right, so same time, same location. We'll see you then. Thank you. Please don't discuss the case. You can step down, sir. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Sure thing. I can't really kick them out though. It's a public court.
Can I go?
I mean, huh?
Can I go on record then? I'm just going to say this, Your Honor.
Well, hold on. Let me see that sidebar. Thank you. Have a nice evening, everyone. We'll see you in the morning. Mr. Goodwin, there's no transcript.
That's with leverage. Sorry.
That's right. There's no transcript of the recording. So we just want to hear it so the court can make a ruling on it. Listen to any objections to its use.
Can I just ask before we play, Judge, I know that's the title of it. Can I ask for a clarification of what this, I understand, is a snippet or a clip of the larger file?
Absolutely.
What's the time stamp that it was pulled from?
I don't have a particular timestamp in court, I'll get that for you, but I can tell you that the generic file was R8, which is the file where the recorder's running and they've arrived and they're inside Edward David's office having a discussion. So it's that meeting, it's an hour-long meeting. I have a time signature I will give you. It's in my notes, I just don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just for the completeness of the one before, it's probably important to have that at some point.
I would agree with you. I think that you need to know precisely, what our start time was and the end time. So I think that's fair. Should I proceed?
Yes, go ahead, counsel.
I'm crossing my fingers, Your Honor.
That's with leverage these portions, because if we have all these recordings, they've got problems as long as they're legal recordings.
They originally are. The cop did say.
I can't tell you whether they are. Common area, I've said many times, watching the regular officer, it's an area that you have. We have meetings there, it's an aisle of the barn, so all the horses,
Actually, in my
all the horses are
in
there.
my locker, you actually hear horses kicking and people coming in and out. It's very obviously a common area.
Is it in your locker? You put a recorder device in your locker?
In my locker.
Yeah.
And we left it open a little bit so that we could catch it.
So you didn't hide it in public property, you put it in your locker?
In my locker,
Yeah.
yes. In my
What
locker.
was in her locker, it's
You can
recording,
hear
it's going on in a common area, not in the residence part of the barn, we can go that far. At least that recording anyway.
You can hear.
Judge, that was it.
At least that recording anyway.
I know, but what's your position? It doesn't necessarily, it's not entirely clear, so it's subject to some interpretation about not that recorder. He's already said he has a second one that he records in his house, in his car, and everywhere else, so.
I don't see how this is, and again, this is getting so far afield from the impeachment. Now the jury is going to be given an instruction that they can consider this as to whether or not he may or may not have been telling the truth, or may or may not have
It's
been
for
lying.
impeachment purposes, that's all. That's the only relevance of it.
Which I don't think it impeaches him. It's not
I know,
a
but-
contradictory statement. It's an ambiguous statement. It calls for the jury to interpret.
That may be, but I don't know. But impeachment doesn't have to be necessarily, 100% obvious that it's impeachment. There's subtleties to things. Whether it's bias, hostility, telling the it's subject to some interpretation. But I just don't. It's not going to be admitted for substantive evidence to show that there's recording devices in the barn. It's just he said he had 2 recording devices, one in the locker, and then he had another one that he recorded in his house, in his car, and elsewhere.
I would ask, Judge, that he not be impeached with the actual recording, and if that's a minute long, it could certainly be transcribed overnight, so he could be presented with a transcript to say, didn't you make a recording on such and such date where you were talking to someone and they said this and you said that one at least, or whatever it was. And certainly if the transcript is accurate, I'll stipulate to that transcript for impeachment purposes. But I think the problem here for the jury is now we're going to start playing these recordings in front of the jury, which I understand what you're saying, Your Honor, that it's for limited purposes of impeachment. But now the jury is going to start actually hearing these recordings. Michael Barisone never heard these recordings. So the implication there is that he became delusional. He had this psychosis because of these recordings.
Oh, well,
And
but I'm not.
the only reason that the recordings are even admissible, I believe, is because he told the doctor that he found that out.
No.
If not for that, these recordings wouldn't be part of the case.
Yeah, he didn't hear the recordings.
Right. He said to the doctor he found out that he was being recorded, or believed he was being recorded, and that created a psychosis.
Your Honor, this is impeachment, and a transcript would not be an appropriate substitute, because this witness is just going to say, I don't recall the specifics. And if we do a transcript and he says that, then I should be able to confront him with the tape. There's got to be a way to tie him down.
I know, but I'm just concerned. There's one little snippet at the end, and we have an attorney on the tape, other people on the tape. So
Every other witness we've impeached, we've used transcripts.
Usually we have transcripts. Although not for the 911 call, but that was moved into evidence.
Well, and we do have a transcript for that, Judge. In the event that someone needed to be impeached with, let's say Lauren Kanarek testified and said, did you say on the 911 call that you were shot in the face? There is a transcript to impeach her and say, actually, isn't this a transcript where you said you got shot in the heart? So there is a transcript, but that is substantive evidence, as you said, Judge. The 911 call is substantive evidence. We're not going to bring any other witnesses in here, and if they say something inconsistent with their recorded statement, impeach them with their recorded statements. That's why the rules say that I have to turn over written transcript or typed transcripts of any witness statements within 30 days of trial. And I believe it says the same thing for the defense.
These tapes were yours. They were your evidence you turned over to us.
I know, but you're using them. I mean, usually we do have transcripts to make it easy. Because, I'm going to tell, they're going to hear the tape, and then I'm going to tell them it's not substantive evidence. It's only for impeachment. So you can't then make it. You can't make an argument after that, even if he's impeached. You can't then make an argument that, well, they had recording devices inside the clubhouse, because it's not substantive evidence of that. It's only for impeachment.
Understood.
And that's the problem with playing the tape. Usually we play a tape like 911, it goes into evidence. This is not going into evidence. And I think if you're going to play it, it's only that last little section where he says something. Not the whole tape. Not the father. Not the attorney. I don't see any relevance in that. And you can set it up by saying, you went to the attorney's office, you had a recorder, you had a conversation. These are the people that were here. And do you recall saying and then you can quote what he says.
But we should be able to play what he's responding to, which
Well,
is.
what if he says yes? What if he says yes? I said that. That's what I said. All right, well, what did you mean by that?
So
then you don't need the tape.
We at least need to play, though, if the issue came up, what
If he
Warren
says-
said that he's responding to. Because.
Play it again. And,
Yes, Ron.
yeah, play it again. And
We have a transcript of this, Judge.
Oh.
Council turned over a transcript of this.
all right. Do you have a printout for me or not?
I don't have, it's in my email.
All right, send it to Miss Martinez.
I believe I just did a search of
All
the
right,
transcript
or just
I have.
send it to my law clerk. She was sitting here. She's going back. She's going to get it. She'll print it out, and then we can look at it.
Your Honor, I don't know if this portion is in the transcript because the transcriber, who is a certified transcriber, kept having difficulties hearing what was audible on the tape. So there could be something in writing.
That's another reason not to play it.
More of a reason not to use it.
That's even another reason not to use it. I understand the purpose of it. I get it. I'm just, playing the whole tape is I'm not sure I want to do that for the jury, but I understand that section may be impeachment as to this witness.
Start again?
Yeah, just play it again while we wait for the transcripts.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And do you have I'm sorry, Mr. Denninger, before we start, do you have a timer at the bottom?
I do. And
All right,
so,
just make a note of when Lauren Kanarek starts to speak. All right.
starts to speak as to the statement he responds to?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do
All right,
that.
thank you, sir.
It's very much toward the end of the tape. All right, I'm gonna,
Go ahead.
hang on. Sorry, Your Honor, I don't mean.
That's what leverage partially, because if we have all these recordings, they've got problems, as long as they're legal recordings.
Right, we were told they are. The cop did say.
I can't tell you whether they are. Common area, I've spent many times Washington.
Yeah,
The regular
horses.
It's an area that you have. We have meetings there, it's the aisle of the barn, so all the
Actually, in my
horses are
in
there.
my locker, and you actually hear horses kicking and people coming in and out. It's very obviously a common area.
Is it in your locker? You put a recorder device in your
In my
locker?
locker. And we left it open a little bit, so that way we catch it.
So you can hide it in public property, but it's in
I'm
the
sorry?
locker.
In my locker,
Yeah.
yes.
you.